Chapter 2663. Hearing Fengjiu's words, the middle-aged man's face turned cold. He looked at Fengjiu with his hands clasped behind his back and said in a deep voice, "You're so arrogant at such a young age. Don't forget that we've been protecting you all the way. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have survived until now." Hearing this, Xie Yutong and Xie Yutong couldn't help but worry. Indeed, they had been protected by the Guo family all the way. Otherwise, they would have been in danger if they had traveled alone. Now that Fengjiu was acting like this, wouldn't he offend them? Xie Yutong felt a little guilty. It was all his fault for speaking carelessly. Although they had good intentions, they didn't believe Fengjiu. Instead, they looked at and spoke with contempt, which naturally annoyed Fengjiu. He knew that Fengjiu didn't seem to have a temper, but once he got angry, even he would be afraid of him. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Fengjiu twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. "We don't know who's protecting who. One ungrateful brat." The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he attacked Fengjiu with his pressure. But at this moment, Guoxining hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Uncle Son, don't be angry." Guoxining stood in front of Fengjiu and looked at the middle-aged man, saying, "Uncle Son, the most important thing now is First Elder's injury." Fengjiu looked at the man in front of him, and his eyes flashed slightly. Guoxining was a good person. He had repeatedly defended her, which surprised her. "You leave immediately. Our Guo family disdains to be with you." A Guo family disciple pointed at Fengjiu and the other two and said, towards these three people, he had long disliked them. Their strength was low, and when they encountered trouble, they could only let them protect them. In the end, they were all injured, but these three outsiders were not injured at all. It was really annoying. "Yes, get out of here. Get out of our sight." Another Guo family disciple also shouted, looking at Fengjiu and the other two with a dark face. "Humph! We'd like to see how the three of you will survive without our protection. Get out of here. You're not allowed to follow us anymore. Scram now." The reprimands were harsh and disdainful, making the Xie siblings feel embarrassed. However, they did not say anything and just stood quietly beside Fengjiu. They were also the sons of aristocratic families, and this was the first time they had been scolded like this. Furthermore, they had already been together for a day and had experienced life and death. In their opinion, they were already considered familiar with this person. But now, he actually turned hostile and told them scram. They didn't do anything heinous, but they looked down on them and despised them. Fengjiu's words became the fuse that ignited their anger. Finally, they couldn't hold it in any longer and chased them away. "Everyone, calm down." Guoxining tried to calm them down so that they wouldn't act rashly. However, because they were all injured, and now that they saw that the great elder was seriously injured and unconscious, they became even more anxious. Their temper also rose, and they couldn't suppress it even if they wanted to. "Xi and Ning, you don't have to stop them. Let them go. Our Guo family team can't keep people like them," the middle-aged man said with his hands behind his back. It was obvious that he wanted the three of them to leave. Chapter 2664. Uncle Son. Guoxining had a bad feeling in his heart. His intuition told him that he couldn't let Fengjiu and the other two leave their team, otherwise it would be worse. The middle-aged man turned around with his hands behind his back and no longer looked at them. Seeing this, the other children immediately shouted, "Get out of here! Get out of here! You don't go too far." Xie Yutong was a little annoyed by them again and again. How could these people be so unreasonable? They just followed them for a day. They picked up the branches themselves and ate the barbecue by themselves. Fengjiu also barbecued the meat for them. Moreover, he helped them bandage their wounds last night and gave them the medicine on his body, but now he turned his back on them. Xie Shirsi had never been yelled at by anyone. At this time, hearing this, she couldn't help shrinking her shoulders and whispering, "When the wolf beast came, it was Fengjiu who protected us. You didn't protect us." She was telling the truth, but it sounded like a provocation to the children of the Guo family. One of them sneered, "Oh, if it weren't for us, do you think you could still live until now? If it weren't for us fighting desperately against the wolf beasts, would you not be hurt at all?" Feng Jiu smiled and didn't say anything more. He just turned to Xie and said, "Let's go." As soon as his voice fell, he turned around and walked back. Feng Jiu. Guo Xining quickly stepped forward and stood in front of him. He looked at him with complicated eyes. "Do you really want to do this?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. "You really shouldn't ask me this question." She chuckled, turned her head slightly to look at the children of the Guo family, and said, "Tell me, which of these people in your family has looked at us seriously? Since you don't take us seriously, why should we follow you?" Her voice paused for a moment, her tone filled with leisure and laziness. Her expression no longer had the simple and honest look they usually saw. Only indifference and confidence remained. "If we leave you, we'll just have to take a few more detours. Your Guo family has a transmission array here, so we naturally have one too." When Guo Xining heard this, his gaze was slightly startled. He watched him walk past him and was actually unable to say a word. He also did not know how to persuade him to stay. "Brother Guo, take care." Shai Yutong passed by him and said with a fist salute, "Brother Guo, goodbye," Xie said as she quickly caught up with Feng Jiu. Suddenly, she was stunned. She looked down at her feet and skipped forward. "Brother, Xiao Jiu, look. My feet are healed. My feet are healed." Was he really cured? When did it get better? Shai Yutong said in surprise. He followed Feng Jiu to leave while looking at his sister's feet. "I don't know either. I just found out that my feet were cured. Hee. If I had known earlier, my brother wouldn't have had to carry me all the time." Feng Jiu in front of them smiled and said, "It's okay to let your brother carry you. Anyway, his physical strength is poor, and he should practice more." "Ah, Xiao Jiu, do you mean that I'm heavy?" I'm not heavy, Xie said with a pout. She held her brother's hand and followed Feng Jiu. Watching the three of them gradually go away, Guo Xining's mood became inexplicably heavy for some reason. "Well, get ready, Chapter 2665. Ferocious Beasts. Be on guard." The middle-aged man shouted, instructing everyone to be on guard and prepare for battle. However, hearing the roars of the ferocious beasts coming from all around, his heart sank. Why were there so many ferocious beasts? Judging from the sounds, there were at least a few dozen ferocious beasts. It's the ferocious beasts. Quick, be on guard. The Guo family disciples panicked. They were all injured, and hearing the roars coming from all around, they knew that it was another group of beasts. In that moment, the scene of last night's battle appeared in their minds again. Dealing with a few of them was no problem, but if another group of ferocious beasts came, they would really become food for the ferocious beasts this time. Guo Xining listened to the roars of the ferocious beasts coming from all around, and his heart suddenly jolted, as if something had exploded in his mind. The things that he couldn't understand, the things that he felt uneasy about, became clear at this moment. He abruptly turned around to look in the direction that Feng Jiu and the others had left, only to see that the three of them had long since disappeared. Instead, what appeared around them were ferocious beasts that were baring their sharp fangs as they charged towards them. He stood there in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock, so much so that he couldn't react to the scene in front of him, seeing that the ferocious beasts were about to pounce on him. But Guo Xining stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. The middle-aged man immediately went forward. "Xining, what are you doing? Get ready for battle." The middle-aged man's shout woke Guo Xining up from his daze. He looked at him and smiled bitterly. "Uncle Sun, I finally know." Yes, he finally knew why Feng Jiu and the other two were not injured at all when the wolves attacked last night. He finally knew why the smell of blood after last night's battle did not attract another attack from the ferocious beasts. It was because of him, because he was in their group. Thinking of his half-smile before he left, and what he said, "We don't know who's protecting who," he felt his face burning. It was really him who was protecting them, but they didn't know it, and even scolded them with disdainful words, and even chased them away. Thinking of this, he felt bitter in his heart. This was the result of the Guo family's own actions, so who could they blame? Looking at his bitter expression, the middle-aged man was startled and asked, "Know what? Uncle Sun, why do you think the smell of blood last night didn't attract another attack from the beasts. Uncle Sun felt that when the Guo family's disciples couldn't handle the situation, would they still think about protecting Fengjiu and the Xie siblings? Why did the ferocious beasts appear as soon as the three of them left? Even though the middle-aged man didn't have the same surname, he was still quite a figure in the Guo clan. Now that the middle-aged man mentioned it, he naturally understood what the middle-aged man meant. He looked at Guo Xining in shock and astonishment. You're saying that this is all because of the three of them? It's not because of the three of them, but because of Fengjiu. Guo Xining sighed. Unfortunately, our Guo clan's disciples have thoroughly offended him. When the middle-aged man heard this, his body swayed and he couldn't stand steadily. His face turned pale as he looked at the ferocious beasts surrounding him and the Guo family disciples retreating step by step. His lips moved, but he still couldn't believe that the young man had such ability. Chapter 26:66. Roar. A beast's roar was heard, causing the air to tremble slightly. Immediately after, a lion with flames under its feet rushed over. It roared and pounced on the Guo family disciple. Hiss! Divine beast! The Guo family disciples turned pale with fright. With their strength, they were no match for a divine beast, even if they were not injured, let alone now that they were injured. Suddenly, a wolf's howl was heard. After seeing the flaming lion and hearing the wolf's howl, everyone's mind went blank, and they had the urge to run away. It's the Wolf King. It's the wolf head. Hiss! The Wolf King is here for revenge. What should we do? What should we do? For a moment, everyone panicked. Due to the extreme fear and shock in their hearts, their reactions slowed down. In just a few breaths of time, one of the Guo family's disciples was bitten to death by the lion beast, and a few more were injured by the lion beast's claws. Cries of alarm and screams could be heard from time to time, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Calm down. Calm down. Don't panic. Don't panic. Hiss. The middle-aged man tried to calm everyone down and fight, but he was distracted by the crowd and was bitten by a fierce beast on his calf. Blood immediately flowed out. Ah! He screamed and tried to shake off the ferocious beast that was biting his leg. However, the ferocious beast seemed to want to bite off the flesh on his calf and refused to let go. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and a sharp sword aura instantly chopped off the beast's head. Blood splattered, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground. Uncle Sun. Guo Xining held his sword in one hand and quickly helped him up. He blocked the fierce beast that pounced on him and retreated to the side of the unconscious old man. The disciples who were protecting the old man were now covered in blood. It was unknown whether the blood on their faces was theirs or the fierce beast's. They were in a killing frenzy and desperately defended the old man. In order to block the fatal blow that was pouncing towards the old man, Guo Xining was sent flying by the Snow-White Wolf King that had appeared out of nowhere. The powerful impact caused Guo Xining to lose his balance and fall outwards. The blood in his body surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Enchanting. The middle-aged man abruptly stood up with the help of a tree, but when he saw the ferocious Wolf King approaching step by step, he couldn't help but shiver. On the other side, hearing the sound of the fierce beast behind them, Xie Yutong and Xie Yutong looked at each other. After hesitating for a while, Xie Yutong asked cautiously, Xiaojiu, what's the matter with the fierce beast behind us? Fengjiu smiled. What else could it be? The Wolf King must have gone back to seek revenge, and there should be other ferocious beasts along the way. After all, those ferocious beasts have been following them all the way. Have you been following me all the way? Why didn't we know about it? The CS siblings asked in unison. Even the Guo family didn't know. How could you know? She chuckled and took out a fruit to eat. Then, can the Guo family survive? Xie Yutong asked hesitantly. Hearing this, Xie Shirsi couldn't help worrying. She looked at Fengjiu, who was eating the fruit leisurely, and asked, Can Brother Guo survive? Chapter 26:67. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the two of them staring straight at her. She smiled and asked, Why are you looking at me? Xiaojiu, you're very powerful, aren't you? Just now, some fierce beast saw them. but they turned around and ran away. Fengjiu must be very powerful, so those fierce beasts didn't dare to approach them. Fengjiu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Of course, I've always been very powerful. Then you should save Brother Gua. He's a good man." Xie Shirsi looked at him expectantly, hoping that he would agree. Sha Yutong thought for a while and said, "Although the Gua family looked down on us and asked us to get out, Brother Gua is very kind to us. If possible, Xiaojiu, you should help him." Fengjiu ate the fruit and looked careless. "But maybe they don't need us to meddle in their business. Besides, I don't like to get close to others. They asked us to get out. How can we go back?" "Well, no, I won't do it." She shook her head and walked forward. "Xiaojiu, Xiaojiu." The two called him in unison and stopped him. "Why don't we go back and have a look? Didn't you say that you want to get some contract beasts back? Let's go there and have a look." Fengjiu glanced at the two of them when she heard this, and then she said, "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked back. Seeing this, Xie Shirsi couldn't help but be happy and quickly followed him. Fengjiu led them back. When they got close to the place, she took a deep breath and brought them up a big tree. She let them stand while hugging the branches. Then, she found a place to sit down and took out a fruit to eat, as if she was indifferent to the bloody and tragic scene in front of her. When the Xie siblings saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but exclaim. Xie Shirsi covered her mouth, and her eyes widened in horror as she looked ahead. In front of them, dozens of ferocious beasts were ferociously attacking the Gua family. Some of them were the wolves that escaped last night, and some were other ferocious beasts. Among them, the ones that shocked them the most were the flaming lion and the snow-white wolf king. These two ferocious beasts had already reached the level of divine beasts. The members of the Gua clan were already injured, and now they were even more injured. Among them, many were bitten to death by the ferocious beasts. Those who were still alive were badly mutilated, as if they had just crawled up from a pile of corpses. They couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Their exclamations were covered by the screams and roars, and no one noticed that the three of them were watching. However, the two mythological beasts seemed to have sensed something and looked towards Fengjiu's direction. It was also at that moment that Guixinning, who was fighting with the mythological beasts, instinctively looked in the direction of the two mythological beasts. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. He saw that on a big tree about 50 meters away, Fengjiu was sitting on the tree and eating a fruit, while the Xie siblings were standing on his left and right. When he saw him, it was as if he saw his savior, and he shouted, "Fengjiu, help!" Chapter 2668. However, as soon as his cry for help fell, he was knocked out by the Wolf King. At the same time, another wolf beast rushed forward to bite his neck. Seeing this scene, the Xie siblings exclaimed. Sha Yutong looked at Fengjiu, while Xie Shirsi covered her eyes and did not dare to look at the bloody scene. She was afraid that if she opened her eyes, she would see the scene of Guixining's neck being bitten off. The wounds on his body had been bleeding all the time, and the battle consumed a lot of physical strength. At this time, he was knocked out again. Before he could catch his breath, he saw a wolf beast rush up and bite his neck. The smell of death was so close, and despair enveloped him in an instant. Was he going to die? Was he going to die here? In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, they stopped at the moment when Fengjiu and the others turned around and left. If he had known, he would have begged them to stay. If they had stayed, would such a scene have not happened? Even though he was unwilling, even though he didn't want to die like this, his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, and he couldn't lift it. He raised his head and stared angrily and unwillingly at the wolf beast that was pouncing at him. Even if he died, he would drag this wolf beast down with him. However, just when he was determined to die, he heard a sharp sound in the air. With a whoosh, the wolf beast's head was hit at a speed that was too fast for him to cover his ears. Bang! With a bang, the wolf's head exploded in front of him. Brain matter and blood splattered out and covered his body. He stared blankly at the fallen wolf. Among the splattered brain matter, there was a fruit core stained with blood that fell to the ground. He killed a wolf head with a fruit core? Furthermore, He had accurately blasted the wolf beast's head from a distance of 50 meters away. Fengjiu, how powerful is he? He slowly turned his head and looked at the big tree where Fengjiu was sitting. He saw the young man in green sitting there leisurely, looking up at him. His cold and lazy voice traveled into his ears with a hint of insouciance. Actually, you shouldn't have asked me for help. I'm just an ignorant kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. People like me need your protection. How could he have the ability to save you? Hearing this, Guaxining smiled bitterly. He was indeed angry. When the Guo family disciples heard Fengjiu's voice, they glanced around and saw the three people on the tree. Their eyes widened. You're still alive? Yes. They thought that the three of them should have been bitten to death before the beasts attacked them. They didn't expect that the three of them were still alive and had come here to watch the show. When they thought of the sorry state they were in, the dead or injured, besieged by the beasts in despair, but the three of them were still standing on the tree, unharmed. This scene shocked and stunned them. We're alive and well, not like you, besieged by beasts. Fengjiu said leisurely as he leaned on the tree branch and watched the show. Chapter 2669. Fengjiu, he's actually back, and he's right there, but the beasts here didn't attack him. Instead, they consciously avoided him. If he didn't want to admit that Guaxining's words were right, then after seeing this scene, his insistence finally crumbled. Was he the one who harmed the Guo family? He was the one who put them in such a dangerous situation. It was him. He forced himself to stand up and looked at Fengjiu, who was sitting on the tree. He held the sword in his hand and said, I've offended you, so I'll apologize to you with my death. Please don't hold a grudge against this lowly person and lend me a hand. With that, he placed the sword in his hand across his neck and reached out to wipe it. Uncle Sun, everyone exclaimed, but because they were fighting the beasts, they couldn't stop him. Just as he was about to wipe his sword and commit suicide, a gust of wind swept past and struck his hand down. Clang! The sword in the middle-aged man's hand fell to the ground. He stared blankly at Fengjiu, only to feel that the hand holding the sword was numb and trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, Guaxining heaved a sigh of relief. The other Guo family members also relaxed. However, their hearts were filled with complicated feelings of shock. Why was it Fengjiu, a young man who was clearly not in their eyes? Could it be that in the end, he was the one who could save them? Why was it him? They thought about how they chased him away and spoke unkindly. Now that they wanted to ask for his help, they couldn't say a word. Fengjiu glanced at the middle-aged man and said to the Xie siblings, Aren't you looking for contracted beasts? Go down. That wolf and lion look pretty good. Ah, the two of them exclaimed, their faces full of astonishment. That's a divine beast. We can't beat it. Fengjiu tilted his head slightly and smiled. It's a divine beast. Since you want to form a contract, you naturally have to form a contract with a divine beast. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and sent the two of them in front of the two divine beasts. The Xie siblings cried out in alarm. When they landed on the ground, they saw that they were standing in front of a mythological beast. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, especially Xie Shirsi. When she saw a wolf king that was half a head taller than her and bared its fangs, her legs trembled. Fight! When Fengjiu's voice came out, it shook the hearts of the two. Their original fear was dispersed by Fengjiu's words. They clenched their fists tightly and roared as they rushed towards the mythological beast in front of them. Ah! Sha Yutong roared. His hands containing spiritual power slammed forward, but the flame lion in front of him easily avoided. The lion raised its head slightly and raised its chin, looking at Sha Yutong with contempt, but it didn't attack Sha Yutong, not because it was afraid of him, but because it was afraid of the human sitting in the tree. Sha Yutong approached step by step, and the lion also dodged. After dodging more than a dozen moves, it was a little annoyed. It glared at Sha Yutong, and the divine beast's coercion attacked Sha Yutong. Under its coercion, the human who had rushed up fell to the ground and could not stand up. It turned back angrily and stared at the boy sitting in the tree eating fruit, and a low and majestic voice came out with anger. Human, what are you doing? Chapter 2670. I'll find you a master. As Fengjiu spoke, he propped himself up on the tree branch and leaped forward. His green figure landed lightly on the ground. At the same time, he released his ancient aura. At that moment, the ferocious beasts that were attacking the Guo family members all howled and fell to the ground in fear, not daring to continue fighting. Ancient aura. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in shock, his heart trembling. Under the pervasive aura, he couldn't even stand still. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. It was an ancient aura. It was an ancient aura. When the aura spread, not only the ferocious beasts, but even the Guo family members couldn't stand still. They were still in a state of shock when the aura dissipated. This was an ancient aura? If Uncle Sun hadn't said that it was an ancient aura, they wouldn't have known what this powerful aura was. But how could such a young man possess an ancient aura? Even if they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that Fengjiu had saved them. Just one aura was enough to make the ferocious beasts fall to their knees. Guoxining looked at Fengjiu with a complicated and shocked expression. He had guessed that Fengjiu was very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Ancient aura? No wonder he could faintly sense an aura last night, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It was an ancient aura. The Wolf King and Lion saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately prepared to leave. She released her aura and instantly stunned the two ferocious beasts. Under the powerful aura, even the two mythical beasts had to lie on the ground and tremble. I'm just finding you a master. Why are you running? Fengjiu walked forward and stroked the Wolf King's silver-white fur. He turned back to look at the stunned Xie family siblings. Which one do you like? Choose for yourself. These two mythical beasts? The brother and sister stared dumbfoundedly, their hearts thumping wildly. These were mythical beasts. Mythical beasts with shocking battle power. Were they going to be contracted beasts? Well, these two. Fengjiu touched the Wolf King's head, which made the Wolf King squint and look up at her. I want the lion. This lion is so majestic. Its 4 feet are stepping on flames. I like it. Shai Yutong immediately rushed forward, but when he saw the lion's eyes, he was shocked. Fengjiu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the lion. The lion immediately wilted and said with slight dissatisfaction, "If you want to find a master for this king, why don't you find someone stronger? Is he worthy of being my master? With his strength? It's too shameful." Calm, Shai Yutong Shai. He was indeed weak. Strength can be improved. How old is he? There's still a long way to go. Fengjiu said, motioning Shai Yutong to come forward. Seeing this, Shai Yutong bravely stepped forward and looked at the lion, saying, "I will become very strong in the future." Hearing this, the lion looked at Shai Yutong in surprise. After thinking for a while, he looked at Fengjiu and finally lowered his head. Even if he didn't bow his head, he would be suppressed by this terrible human. The ancient aura of this human was so overwhelming that he couldn't resist. Chapter 2671. Seeing Shai Yutong reach out his hand and make a natal contract with the mythological beast, all the people present were envious of him. They envied him for being so lucky to know Fengjiu and get his help to make a contract with such a powerful mythological beast. When Xie Shirsi excitedly stepped forward, the silver wolf, which was enjoying Fengjiu's touch, suddenly stood up. It opened its eyes and bared its sharp fangs. It let out a low growl and stared at Xie Shirsi with a ferocious look. Its expression was as if it would pounce on her and tear her to pieces if she dared to take another step forward. Xie Shirsi was shocked. She stepped back a few steps and fell to the ground, looking at the ferocious Wolf King with a frightened face. It's so scary. It's so scary. I don't want it. I don't want it. Xie Shirsi shook her head and said. She got up and hid behind her brother. Hearing this, the Guo family members all breathed quickly. They looked at Fengjiu and the Wolf King with bright eyes, as if they wanted to come forward and say, "If I don't want it, I want it." However, no one dared to open their mouths about it. Little sure, are you stupid? That's a mythological beast. No matter how unreliable Shai Yutong was, he knew that this mythological beast was hard to come by, especially when Fengjiu was here to help them make a contract. If it were them, they would not be able to make a contract with a mythological beast. No, it's so fierce and scary. I'm so afraid of it. After all, Xie was a girl. Although she also liked pets, she felt that this mythological beast was too powerful. Its eyes were so scary that she did not dare to make a contract with it. Hearing Xie words, the Wolf King narrowed its eyes and grinned like a human, showing its teeth. It looked at Fengjiu and said directly, "I want to be your contract beast." Hearing this, the lion, who had just been contracted by Shai Yutong, could not help but widen its eyes. "You're asking for too much." No, I'm a lion. I dare not ask for it." How could it not know that the young man in cyan was the most powerful one? It would be best if it recognized him as its master, but even it didn't dare to ask. This wolf actually dared to recommend itself. Fengjiu was also slightly surprised. She looked at the Wolf King that was rubbing against her palm and could not help but laugh. "You want to acknowledge me as your master?" "Yes, master, please accept me." The Wolf King immediately put away its ferocious and bloodthirsty side and squatted on the ground, its two front paws bowing in front of its body like a puppy trying to please her. Xie eyes widened when she saw this. She couldn't believe that the ferocious Wolf King had such a side to him. Seeing this, Fengjiu chuckled. "It's just that I have too many contracted beasts. Master, I eat very little, and I will be very obedient." The Wolf King whimpered as it reached out a paw and gently placed it on Fengjiu's hand, trying its best to please her. "Roar! You're shameless." When the lion saw this scene, he was almost furious. How could he not know that this wolf was so shameless? "Master!" The Wolf King squatted on the ground and looked at Fengjiu. Seeing this, Fengjiu thought for a moment and said, "All right, follow me first." "No, shrink a little. It's too big." As soon as she finished speaking, the Wolf King was overjoyed. It turned around, and with a flash of light, it rushed to her like a puppy and hugged her feet tightly with its paws. Chapter 2672. At this moment, Guoxining helped the middle-aged man to his feet. He limped forward to Fengjiu, pushed away Guoxining who was supporting him, and knelt down with a thud. "Thank you for saving me." His voice was low and choked with sobs. If he had not appeared, if he had not intervened, none of them would have survived. He knelt down to admit his mistake and to express his gratitude. Seeing that the middle-aged man had knelt down, the Guo family disciples looked at each other and knelt down as well. "Thank you for saving us. We're sorry," they said in unison. They sounded weak, and it was obvious that they did not have enough blood. That was to be expected. All of them were injured. It was already not easy for them to survive this battle. Fengjiu did not look at them. Instead, she said to the Xie siblings, "Let's go." With that, she turned and left. The Xie siblings hesitated for a moment and looked at Guoxining. Guoxining quickly stepped forward. "Fengjiu." He quickly walked in front of Fengjiu, looking at the cold young man in front of him. He moved his lips and said in a hoarse voice, "Can you please stay and escort us to the teleportation array? If you leave, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the teleportation array." With that, he lifted his robe and knelt down. "Please escort us." Seeing this, Fengjiu frowned. She looked at Guoxining, who was kneeling in front of her, and was silent for a long time before saying, "Get up." Hearing this, Guoxining looked up. "Do you agree? After we get out, I don't want to hear about what happened to me to be spread." Her voice was faint as she looked at Guoxining. Hearing this, Guoxining was slightly startled. Then he said, "I know what to do. What happened here will not be mentioned outside." With that, he looked at the other Guo family disciples. Everyone understood what he meant and immediately spoke up to guarantee it. Seeing this, Fengjiu said, "Get up, all of you. Treat your wounds." She looked at the Wolf King at her feet and said, "Let the wolves disperse." "Yes, master," the Wolf King replied. It raised its head and howled, causing the pack of wolves to run away. Those ferocious beasts also quickly fled, not daring to stay for long. The members of the Guo family could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They helped each other to the side to tend to their wounds. However, they didn't have any medicine to begin with. After being injured again, They could only use a simple cloth to tie their wounds. They didn't even apply any medicine. Fengjiu glanced at them and said to them, "Those who are lightly injured and still have the strength to walk, come with me." Then he asked Shai Yutong and the lion to stay and guard them. The crowd didn't know what he meant, but they didn't dare to ask. Only 4 or 5 people stood up and followed him into the forest. Xie Shirsi and Guoxining walked beside Fengjiu. Xie Shirsi couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xiao Jiu, where are we going?" "Picking herbs," Fengjiu said, glancing around. Along the way, he bent down from time to time to pick a few inconspicuous herbs. Finally, he handed them to them. "Pick according to this and this." Only then did the crowd know that he took them to pick herbs. However, looking at the inconspicuous herbs, they were a little doubtful. Was it really useful? "Pick according to this. Just look around. Don't go too far," Guoxining said to the people behind him. "Yes." The few of them responded and then dispersed. Chapter 2673. "I know a thing or two," Fengjiu said and glanced at him. "Didn't I tell you before?" Guoxining's eyes flickered. He did, but no one believed him. Now, he couldn't help but feel a trace of anticipation. "Then can you treat the first elder's injury?" Fengjiu pursed her lips. "This isn't a matter of whether I can treat him or not, but whether I want to treat him or not." Hearing this, Guoxining pondered. "Then what will it take for you to be willing to treat him? That great elder of yours is a person who is about to die. Originally, I decided to treat him based on my mood. Now that you want me to treat him, you have to give me something of equivalent value." She looked at Guoxining and narrowed her eyes. "Your first elder's life is precious, right?" Hearing this, Guoxining nodded. "Precious. He is a core member of our family. If he dies, it will be a great loss to our family." He paused for a moment, then said, "Don't worry. As long as you save him, I can promise you that when we return to the family, we will reward you handsomely." "Do I look like someone who lacks money?" Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. Guoxining was stunned, then asked, "Then what do you want? Let me think about it, then we'll talk about it." She walked forward and looked around. Then she shouted, "Little Sure, come over here and pick this too." After about half an hour, they came back, carrying a lot of herbs. The others didn't recognize these herbs, but when they saw them come back, they couldn't help but be surprised. "There should be someone among you who knows medicine, right? Do you know how to deal with these things?" Fengjiu asked, her gaze sweeping across the Guo family. "I know." The middle-aged man hid his surprise and said to the Guo family disciples, "Crush the herbs and apply them to the wound. These are herbs that stop bleeding and reduce inflammation." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, everyone immediately moved. "Fengjiu, help the first elder take a look," Guoxining said. Seeing this, Fengjiu walked towards the unconscious old man. Although the old man was unconscious, he was still well protected by them. Evidently, the Guo family's disciples knew how important the old man was. "Yutong, come and help." Fengjiu ordered Guoxining to take off the old man's shirt while he took out a small knife from his space. The middle-aged man limped to the side and watched. He watched as Fengjiu burned the sharp knife and removed the festering flesh bit by bit. Then he took out some medicine and sprinkled it on the wound. Finally, he took out a pill and stuffed it into the first elder's mouth. What made him feel incredulous was that after a while, the originally unconscious great elder actually slowly woke up. Seeing this, he felt that it was extremely inconceivable. Great elder, great elder, great elder. One by one, they surrounded him, and when they saw that he had woken up, they all smiled in surprise. Looking at the blood-stained bodies of the people surrounding him, the old man frowned. What happened? How did you all get injured like this?" The old man's voice was weak, but his words were very clear. "It's a long story, great elder. It's good that you're fine." Guoxining finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked someone to look after the great elder, while he went to Fengjiu, who was playing with the Wolf King. Chapter 2674. He looked hesitant and wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Fengjiu glanced at him and said, "If you have something to say, say it. I want to ask you to help Uncle's son see if his leg can be cured." As he spoke, he looked back at the middle-aged man who was sitting under the tree with a pale face, but was still enduring the pain. Uncle Sun is actually a very good person. Although he is a foreigner, he is very loyal to our Guo family. He didn't mean to offend you before, but he didn't know and didn't dare to believe that you were protecting us. He tried his best to say good things for the middle-aged man, hoping that Feng Jiu could help him see the wound on his leg. After all, the bite of the wolf was so deep that the bone could be seen. He had been holding on until now, so he didn't know if his leg could still be cured. Feng Jiu glanced at him and followed his gaze to the middle-aged man under the tree. After thinking for a while, he stood up and walked over to him, saying, "Cut the corner of your trousers." Guo Xinning, who followed him, quickly stepped forward and cut the corner of his trousers, revealing the wound that was so deep that the bone could be seen and blood was still oozing out. The rows of wolf teeth marks made him shudder involuntarily. The wolf had bitten so deeply that my leg is crippled, and it can't be healed. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Feng Jiu spat a mouthful of wine onto his calf. The wine landed on his wound, and Zhang Xian cried out in pain, nearly fainting on the spot. Guo Xinning's heart was in his throat. The wound was painful, not to mention the wine sprayed on it. That kind of pain was worse than death, wasn't it? It was bitten by a wolf. It can't be disinfected without wine. She said lightly, put away the wine, and muttered, I wasted 2 mouthfuls of good wine. The middle-aged man didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't speak again. He just looked at the boy squatting beside him. Xiaojiu, do you need my help? Shai Yutong came forward and asked. Well, clean the wound, Feng Jiu said as he prepared something. All right. Shai Yutong had been quite skilled in cleaning and bandaging people's wounds in the past 2 days. He immediately stepped forward to clean the middle-aged man's wound, but the blood kept flowing. He couldn't help looking back at Feng Jiu. The wound is still bleeding. What should I do? It's okay. I won't stay for long. As she spoke, she turned around with the threaded silver in her hand. She looked at the middle-aged man and said, The flesh on your leg was almost bitten off. I have to tie it up. It will hurt a little, so bear with it. Branch, bite it. Shai Yutong picked up a branch beside him and handed it to him to bite. The middle-aged man looked at the needle in Feng Jiu's hand, and his heart skipped a beat. This needle? Was it sewn? Will this work? Feng Jiu glanced at him. Sure. Hearing this, the middle-aged man could only bite the branch and endure it. Wipe the blood when it comes out. Don't block the place where I'm stitching. She told Shai Yutong. Okay, I see. He responded, but he was also a little curious. How did the needle sew the flesh? Until he saw Feng Jiu sewing the bitten flesh with a needle and thread like sewing clothes, his heart trembled. It turned out that the sewing technique could be used like this. Chapter 2675. Guo Xinning was shocked to see Feng Jiu take the needle to close the wound that had been bitten open. He watched Feng Jiu tie a knot, and the bleeding wound finally stopped. Guo Xinning couldn't help exhaling a sigh of relief, feeling incredible. I never knew that the embroidery needle could be used in this way. This is not an embroidery needle. Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. This is a suture needle that I ordered specially. After dealing with the needle, she put it away and said to Guo Xinning, the thread of his calf can be broken in 7 days. Don't let him walk during this time, and don't let the wound worsen. Okay, I see. Guo Xinning nodded and looked after the middle-aged man. From time to time, he looked at the old man. Feng Jiu went to rest under the tree and looked at the wounded Guo family members sitting on the ground. His eyes flashed, and he closed his eyes to rest. Shai Yutong came to him and saw that he was resting with his eyes closed. Knowing that he was not asleep, Shai Yutong said, Xiaojiu, in fact, you have a good heart. Hearing this, Feng Jiu opened his eyes and glanced at him with a faint smile. I have a good heart. Yes. Shai Yutong nodded seriously and said, You are so powerful. If other people were as powerful as you, they wouldn't have saved the Guo family, even if they didn't step on them. But you're different. You just saved them after venting your anger. This was different from many powerful people. His grandfather and father often told him that the more powerful a person was, the less he cared about the lives of the weak. A verbal conflict could kill people. However, after getting along with Fengjiu, he felt that although he was unfathomable, he would not kill people cruelly at will, which was really much better than others. Hearing this, Fengjiu smirked and glanced at the rest of the Guo clan members. That's because they didn't want to kill me. If they did, it would be different. After resting, the group continued on their journey. This time, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction or contempt towards Fengjiu's group. Following Fengjiu, the group passed through the forest and climbed over the mountains. It was only at noon the next day that they arrived at the Guo family's transmission array. It's here. As the old man spoke, he pointed at the place in front of them and looked at Fengjiu. This is the Guo family's teleportation array. Although his face was still pale, it was much better than yesterday. Perhaps because he knew of Fengjiu's methods, he treated Fengjiu with utmost respect, even though he was the Guo clan's grand elder. Let's split into two groups, Guo Xining said to Fengjiu. As long as we open the array, we can reach the transmission array at the back of the Guo clan's mountain. Fengjiu nodded and glanced at Shai Yutong. Put your lion into the contract space. Oh, okay. Shai Yutong responded and put the lion away. She looked at the wolf cub at her feet and saw that it was snow white all over and was squatting like a puppy. It opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. She smiled and did not say anything else. The Grand Elder asked Guo Xining to open the transmission array and let some people enter it first. With a flash of light, the group of people disappeared in the array with the middle-aged man. Let's go. Guo Xining looked at Fengjiu and the others. Chapter 2676. In the Guo family, when the blood-stained Guo family members carried the pale, middle-aged man back to the front yard of the Guo family, the entire Guo family was shaken, and the people in charge all rushed over. Elder son, how did you get hurt so badly? An old man who was on good terms with a middle-aged man came forward and looked at the circle of bite marks on his calf. He couldn't help but gasp. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. The middle-aged man pulled the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. He finally felt relieved after returning to the family. Finally, he was back at the family. He was safe. Quick, carry him to the backyard. I'll check your wounds. The old man said and called for the guards to replace the two injured disciples who were carrying Elder Sunday. Don't worry. I didn't die in there. I shouldn't die. Elder Sun smiled. His face was pale and weak. This injury made this man who was in his 60s but looked like he was in his 40s look a lot older. People who knew medicine paid attention to their own health, especially when he was considered the best in the Guo family. However, after this incident, he was exhausted. Did you encounter a herd of beasts? Why do your wounds look? The old man found it strange. These are bite marks from ferocious beasts. They were very obvious, but what surprised him was that such a large wound was sewn up with thread. What happened? Are the great elder and the others back? A middle-aged man strode in. This man was the head of the Guo family. When he heard that the people who entered the forest of 1,000 poisons had returned and were covered in wounds and blood, he immediately rushed over. Head of the family, Elder Sun called out weakly. He watched as the head of the family quickly came to his side. Elder Sun, how did you get hurt like this? The head of the Guo family was a little surprised. He thought that the Guo family's disciples were injured. He didn't expect that even Elder Sun was injured like this. Patriarch, it's not just me. The great elder is also seriously injured. This time, it's fortunate that. He paused when he saw that there were many people around, but he quickly changed the topic. The great elder and the others are coming later. Let's wait for the great elder to tell you about this matter. All right. You should return to the courtyard first. Your injuries need to be treated again. Patriarch was said. He then turned to the old man beside him and said, Go and take a look at him. Use the best medicine. You must cure Elder Sunday. Yes, Patriarch, don't worry. The old man said, then signaled for the two guards to carry him to the backyard. Greetings, Patriarch. At this moment, the Guo family disciples who were supporting each other bowed respectfully. Their clothes were tattered, and dried blood covered their bodies. There were bloodstains and stains on their faces. Their eyes were red, and their expressions were agitated. They came back alive. They thought that they would never be able to return to the Guo family and see their parents and relatives again. My son, how did you get hurt like this? How did you get hurt like this? A woman hurriedly ran over and threw herself into the arms of a Guo family's disciple who was covered in wounds. She cried and wailed, but then she seemed to come to her senses and hurriedly retreated, not daring to touch him for fear of touching his wounds. She was nervous and worried, but she didn't know where to start. Mother, mother, mother. Chapter 2677. Another woman hurriedly pushed aside the guards blocking the way and quickly ran in. She pulled the injured Guo family disciples and looked for her son. Where's my son? Where's my son? Where's my Xinjia? Have you seen Xinjia? Where's Xinjia? The woman asked anxiously, pulling at the wounds on some of the disciples, causing them to gasp. Xinjia is dead. One of the Guo family disciples said, He's dead. When the woman heard this, she took a step back and widened her eyes in disbelief. Dead? How can this be? My Xinjia is such an outstanding child. How can he die? I don't believe it. He's dead. He's really dead. Another Guo clan disciple said. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman quickly stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar. Dead? Really dead? Why are you still alive? Why didn't you save him? Woo-woo. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. She pounded the disciple, causing him to scream. He felt the injuries on his body begin to hurt again. All right, pull her away. When the Guo family head saw this, he frowned and ordered, Can't you see that he's injured? How can you do this? The woman wailed as she was dragged away and sat on the ground. A middle-aged man who came from behind saw this and quickly went forward. When he found out that his son was dead, his face turned pale. However, he did not cry like the woman. Instead, he asked, How'd he die? His gaze swept across the surviving disciples. His heart sank when he saw that all of them were seriously injured. First, we were attacked by a pack of wolves. Then, we were attacked by 2 divine beasts and dozens of other beasts. We were already injured, and under such circumstances, we could only fight to the death. Because of this, many of us died. Those who survived were all injured and on the verge of death. He glanced at the patriarch and the middle-aged man and said, Not only that, Uncle Sun's calf was bitten by the wolf beast and his entire leg was almost bitten off. Apart from that, there are countless injuries on his body. The great elder was seriously injured in order to repel the Wolf King. His internal organs were damaged and his external injuries were infected. He almost lost his life. Hearing this, those who had not experienced this scene were shocked. How tragic must the scene be to cause so many people to be injured? How fierce was the battle that caused the lives of the great elder and Uncle Sun to be in danger? Quick, send someone to the teleportation array at the back of the mountain to pick up Great Elder and the others. The patriarch reacted and hurriedly sent someone to pick them up. The middle-aged man was silent for a while before asking, 2 divine beasts and dozens of vicious beasts attacked. How did you survive? When the older man heard this, his heart trembled slightly. He sighed inwardly. As expected of a member of the clan, he hit the nail on the head. However, although they all knew about this matter, they couldn't casually speak of it. Therefore, he paused for a moment and said, The Grand Elder and the others will tell the patriarch about this matter in detail. As soon as his voice fell, he no longer spoke. Chapter 2678. Patriarch, the first elder greeted. Just as he was about to salute, Patriarch Guo had already stepped forward to support him. First elder is injured. There's no need for such formalities. Patriarch Guo said as he looked at the Guo family disciples supporting each other. It's good that you're back. All of you go back to rest and treat your injuries. Everyone nodded and supported each other as they left. Only the great elder, Fengjiu, and the CS siblings remained. The crying woman had already been helped back to the courtyard by the middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked at Fengjiu and the others and asked, May I know who these people are? Cough, cough, cough. First elder coughed lightly. Patriarch Guo saw this and said, First elder, go back to the courtyard and rest. I'll have someone treat your injuries. We'll talk about the rest later. Okay. First elder nodded and said to Patriarch Guo, Patriarch Guo, please take good care of these 3 people. Patriarch was heart shook when he heard this. He looked at Fengjiu and the other two and said to First Elder, "Rest assured, First Elder." Hearing this, the First Elder nodded to Fengjiu and the other two. Then he was supported by the two guards and returned to the courtyard. Guo Xining stood at the side and said, "Father, I'll bring them to rest first." "Okay, go ahead," Patriarch Guo replied. He looked at Fengjiu and the Xie siblings and said with a smile, "The three of you can stay in my residence and have a good rest. If there's anything you need, just let the servants know." "Many thanks, Patriarch Guo," the three said and left with Guo Xining. The middle-aged man frowned and stepped forward to ask, "Patriarch, you didn't even ask who these three people are. Why did you let them go?" Patriarch Guo glanced at him and said, "Since First Elder told us to treat them with respect, there must be a reason. As for the reason, let's wait for First Elder and Elder Son to rest before asking." The middle-aged man clenched his fists and nodded before turning to leave. Patriarch Guo looked at him and sighed softly in his heart. Who would have thought that they would lose several Guo family disciples on this trip? However, the world was changeable and the Great Tao was ruthless. The road of cultivation was not easy to walk. Who knew what would happen tomorrow? Guo Xining took the three of them to a courtyard and said, "You can live in this courtyard first. There's several rooms here. If you live together, you can take care of each other. If there's anything else, you can ask the servants. I'll come to find you later." "Okay." Fengjiu nodded to leave. "How long?" Hearing this, Feng He looked at Shai Yutong and said, "Go and find out how far it is from here to the city where your family is. In addition, help me get water ready. I want to take a bath." "Okay," Shai Yutong answered. He told his sister and walked out of the yard. Because Fengjiu had been protecting them all the way, and Fengjiu had helped him contract his contract beast, Fengjiu's status had long been different in his heart. Therefore, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with being ordered around by him. Instead, he felt that it was natural for him to do so. "Little thing, come here." Fengjiu sat down at the stone table in the courtyard and called the silver wolf that was wandering around. Chapter 2679. This name? She held her chin and thought for a while. Old White has a name. Little White also has a name. As for you. She stroked its silvery white fur and suddenly grinned. "You're a silver wolf, so I'll call you Silver." "Silver? Silver?" It was still thinking about what kind of majestic and domineering voice its master could give it. Who knew that she gave it such a tacky name? How short was its master on earth? Puff! Xie on one side laughed when she heard the name. "Silver? Hee, this name is good. Silver, Silver, how nice it sounds. It's a pity that I can't spend this silver. Master, how about changing it?" It lay down and pulled Fengjiu's clothes with its claws. "Just call it Silver. Also, don't talk, so as not to scare people," Fengjiu told it. Seeing the maidservant not far away carrying water in, she stood up and said to Xie, "I'll go back to my room first. Don't run around." "Well, I know," Xie responded. She walked to the room and stretched her waist. "I also want to go back and lie down. I haven't had a good rest these 2 days. I'm exhausted." After the maidservant prepared the water for the bath, Feng Nine went in. Silver Wolf was about to follow her, but she let the maidservant close the door. "Guard the door. No one is allowed to come in without my order." Hearing this, the Silver Wolf looked up at her and whimpered in response. Then it squatted by the door and guarded it. It hadn't been contracted by its master yet. It must perform well and strive to contract with its master as soon as possible. In the room, Fengjiu closed her eyes comfortably in the bathtub. She closed her eyes to rest and let her body soak in the hot water. As soon as she relaxed, she fell asleep inadvertently. After a long time, Shai Yutong's voice came from outside. "Xiaojiu, Xiaojiu." She opened her eyes in the bathtub and felt that the water in the bathtub was cold. She got up and dried the water on her body. She took out a set of green clothes to put on, dried her black hair, and simply tied it up. Then she opened the door and went out. "Xiaojiu, I know where we are." When Shai Yutong saw him come out, he quickly stepped forward and said, "This place is neither close nor far from my home. If we go back by sword, we should be able to get home in 1 day." Fengjiu nodded. "If that's the case, Let's have a good rest today. We'll leave tomorrow. Okay, Shy Yutong replied. Then I'll take a bath first. Fengjiu nodded and returned to the room. The silver wolf was still guarding outside the room. After entering the room, Fengjiu didn't rest. Instead, he flashed into the space to cultivate. On the other side, Guaxining had just walked out of his room after bathing and treating his wounds when he saw his father sitting in the courtyard. Seeing this, he paused for a moment before walking up to him. Father, Xian Ning, how are your injuries? Is it important? Patriarch Gui asked. Looking at his second son, he felt that his son seemed to have calmed down a lot after going out for a while. It's all right. Don't worry, father, Guaxining said. He came to the table in the courtyard and sat down. He asked, Father, do you have something to ask me? Yes. Patriarch Gui nodded. Chapter 2680. Guaxining paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about how to talk about this matter. After a long time, he said, Father, 2 of the 3 people today are the Xie siblings, and one of them is Fengjiu. We met them in the forest. They said they got lost after being separated from their family. Hearing this, Patriarch Guo was slightly stunned. Oh, people from the Xie family? Which Xie family? The strength of the 3 people seems to be in the foundation establishment stage. What kind of family would allow such a powerful disciple to go to that place to gain experience? Hearing his father's words, Guaxining couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that even his father couldn't see through Fengjiu's strength. Even his father couldn't see through Fengjiu's strength. How powerful was Fengjiu? I don't know which Xie family they are from, because we didn't ask them where they came from. So, they beg you to take them out? Patriarch Guo looked at his son and asked, Is this matter related to them? He noticed that the Guo family's disciples were all injured, but the 3 people looked full of spirit and didn't seem to be injured. Guaxining shook his head. It's a bit complicated. At first, they just asked us how to get out of the forest. In the end, Shy Yutong and the others just asked how to get out of the forest, but he invited them to go with him. They went with us, and it was quite peaceful along the way. Even if they occasionally encountered a few fierce beasts, they were no match for us at all, until we were attacked by a pack of wolves. Speaking of this, his expression was complicated. There were dozens of wolves in the pack, and many of them were at the holy beast level, especially the Wolf King, which was at the divine beast level. In order to repel the wolves, First Elder and Uncle Son fought against the Wolf King. In the end, both of them came back with injuries, especially First Elder. Everyone was injured in this battle. Moreover, their injuries were not light. However, Fengjiu and the Xie siblings were not injured in this battle. Hearing this, Patriarch Guo looked dignified and surprised. Even you were injured. How could the 3 of them not be injured? What's the reason? Yes, even we are injured, but the 3 of them are not injured at all. Who would believe that? He muttered with a bitter smile. I asked them that time, and they said that it was because of our Guo family's disciples that they weren't injured. Hearing this, Patriarch Guo furrowed his brows and said without thinking, The Guo family's disciples can't even protect themselves, so why would they protect them? Impossible. Father, you're right. He looked at his father and said, If I could see this clearly at that time, I reckon that later things wouldn't have happened. And then, as Patriarch Guo listened to him talk about this matter, he felt as if his heart had been lifted and then relaxed. Even he couldn't guess what had happened inside. Guaxining did not tell him what happened after that. He only said, Father, at that time, we were heavily injured and it was late at night, so we did not leave after being attacked by the wolves. Instead, we were resting. What? Family head Guo was shocked. After the battle, the stench of blood is so thick. Why didn't you leave? The smell of blood must have attracted the ferocious beast to attack you in the middle of the night. That's why your team suffered such heavy casualties, right? Chapter 2681. Wrong. Patriarch Guo was stunned and didn't know how to react. Yes, wrong. That night, even though the smell of blood was very strong, not a single beast came near. The latter half of the night was very peaceful, and everyone rested for the night. That's impossible. Patriarch Guo stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, Let's not talk about the night. Even during the day, in that kind of place, the smell of blood would have attracted the beasts. That night, you didn't leave, so how could not a single beast come near you? This doesn't make sense. Patriarch Gwiz said, stomping his feet in the courtyard. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he stopped and looked back at Gwiz, asking, "That night, did you send anyone to patrol? Who was the one patrolling?" Hearing this, Gwiz admired him from the bottom of his heart. No wonder his father could control the entire Gwa clan and become the patriarch of the Gwa clan. His ability to see through things was truly unmatched. It was me and Fengjiu. At this point, he believed that with his father's wisdom, he must have thought of the reason. The wolf pack attacked, and you didn't get hurt at all. That night, you didn't leave and were patrolling. An idea formed in his heart. He looked at him in disbelief. Was it Fengjiu? Was it because of Fengjiu that the beast didn't dare to come near you that night? Is that possible? His strength. His voice paused, and he hesitated. That green-robed youth's strength was really only in the foundational level? Impossible. If he was in the foundational level, how could he protect the CS siblings? How could he be safe and sound in that dangerous situation? Yes, it was because of Fengjiu. Unfortunately, at that time, none of us knew. He sighed and said, "Not only did we not know that he was the one who protected us from the attacks of the ferocious beasts, our Gwa clan's disciples even insulted him because we were injured while he was uninjured. In the end, we even told him to scram." Patriarch Gwa was stunned and shocked. He didn't know what to say. He just listened as Patriarch Gwa recounted everything that had happened. In the end, Patriarch Gwa could only shake his head and sigh, "You guys, if he hadn't come back to save us in the end, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it back alive." Gwiz said. Hearing this, Patriarch Gwa glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "That's because you guys only spoke contemptuously and did not take him seriously. If you wanted to kill him, I reckon that he would have killed you even before the beast attacked." As someone who had been in a high position for a long time, he could more or less guess the other party's thoughts. Even if it were him, if they had the intention to kill, he would not have shown any mercy. At that time, Great Elder's life was hanging by a thread. I promised him that as long as he saved Great Elder's life, I would give him something to thank him when I returned to the clan. It's just that. He looked at his father. I don't know what to give him. Since that's the case, I'll make the necessary arrangements. Patriarch will pause for a moment before continuing. Since he said that he doesn't want to show off, let's keep a low profile tonight. Don't be too noisy. Father, I don't think he will attend the banquet. Gwiz said. Not participating? Yes, and they won't stay in our residence for long. They should be in a hurry to go back. Chapter 2682. Okay, I see. Gwiz nodded and sent his father away. After looking at the sky, he went to his room to rest for a while and planned to go there later. As the sky was getting dark, the lights in Gwiz mansion were lit up, illuminating the whole mansion. Gwiz came to the courtyard where Fengjiu and others were resting. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he didn't see anyone. He only saw the shrunken silver wolf sitting at the door. Seeing him coming, the wolf glanced at him sharply. "Fengjiu." He stopped and called, but he didn't go inside. "Fengjiu." Hearing no response, he called again. At this time, the doors of the two rooms next to him opened, and the siblings of the CF family came out, rubbing their eyes sleepily. "Brother Gwa? What's the matter?" Sha Yutong asked with a yawn, rubbing his eyes and walking towards him. Xie also walked over and called out to the maidservants standing guard outside the courtyard. "Serve us tea. It would be best if you could bring a few fruits as well." After the maidservant responded, she left first. "Did you have a good rest?" Gwiz looked at them and asked. "Not bad. I just woke up not long after I fell asleep." Sha Yutong said and asked, "Brother Gwa, are you looking for Xiao Jiao? He's probably still sleeping." "It doesn't matter. I can wait for him here." He sat down at the table and motioned for them to sit down. He said, "My father is holding a banquet tonight and invites you to join him." Hearing this, they looked at each other and said, "We have to ask Xiao Jiao if he wants to go." "It doesn't matter. I'll ask him later." He smiled and said, "It's rare for you to come to my house. You should stay here for a few more days and let me do my best as a host." "Well," Sha Yutong hesitated and said, I inquired about the distance from this city to my house. When I came back, I told Xiaojiao. He said that we would leave tomorrow. Maybe we can't stay here for a long time. Leave tomorrow? In such a hurry? Guoxining was slightly surprised. Yes, we've been away from home for a few days. Our parents must be worried. Now that we're out, we naturally have to go back as soon as possible. Guoxining nodded. When they were in the forest, they had already told him that they didn't really get lost. Instead, they accidentally entered the teleportation formation and appeared in the forest. It was also because of this that their families didn't know if they were safe. The door creaked open, and a refreshed Fengjiu walked out of the room. What are you talking about? Xiaojiao, big brother, said that they're having a banquet tonight and invited us over, Guo Yutong said. No, we'll go out for a walk tonight and then come back early to rest so that we can set off tomorrow, Fengjiu said and sat down at the table. At this time, the maidservant outside served tea and fruits before respectfully leaving. Seeing this, Guoxining said, I've already told my father about this matter. As for the Grand Elder's reward, my father will personally prepare it. Well, Fengjiu responded with a little carelessness. I'm familiar with the city. Since you want to go out for a walk, why don't I accompany you? He suggested. Well, Xie Yutong and Xie Yutong looked at Fengjiu. Thank you, Fengjiu said and didn't refuse. Chapter 2683. After chatting for a while, Guoxining led them outside. Before leaving, he told the housekeeper to inform his father and then left the house. Under the night sky, lanterns were hung high in front of the doors. It was a beautiful sight. People came and went on the streets. Some young men and women were playing together, and some children were playing. Both sides of the street were constantly shouting and hawking. It was a lively and bustling scene. Brother, it's so lively here. It's even livelier than where we are. Xie Shirsi happily held her brother's hand and looked around with a smile. Suddenly, she saw some small things in front of her and immediately ran towards them. What is this? She saw a stall with eggs of different colors. She picked one up and looked at it curiously. Young lady, these are pet eggs. Do you like one? The middle-aged man of the stall sized up the girl in front of him. She was dressed well, and he knew that she could afford pet eggs. The smile on his face deepened, and he explained to her enthusiastically. As long as you feed the pet with spirit energy every day, it will break out of its shell after a period of time. These little pets are small and cute. Women like them the most. These are pet eggs? What kind of pet beasts were there? What do they look like? The shells of these eggs are colorful and the patterns are different. Will the pets inside be the same? These are all low-level pets. They don't have much fighting ability, but they are cute. They are also obedient and will chat with their masters. As for what kind of pets they will be, well, it's hard to say. But one thing is for sure. No matter what kind of pets they will be very cute and lovable. The stall was trying hard to promote. Also, this pet egg is not expensive for young lady. You can buy one and watch it come out. It will be fun. Xie Shirsi was tempted. She couldn't help but ask, how much? We don't take money. We only take crystals. One pet egg is 50 crystals, the stall owner said with a smile. Hearing this, Xie Shirsi couldn't help but turn around. Seeing her brother and Fengjiu walking over, she quickly stepped forward. Brother, I want a pet egg, but I don't have any crystals. Xie Yutong scratched his head and said, I don't have crystal stones either. He looked at Fengjiu and asked, do you have crystal stones? I'll get Mom and Dad to give it to you when we get back. I have it. I'll pay for it, Guoxining said with a smile. He stepped forward to take out the crystal stones, but was stopped by Xie Yutong. No, how is that possible? As Xie Yutong spoke, he pulled Fengjiu aside and whispered, my sister is interested in him. If she takes the pet eggs he bought, she will be in trouble in the future. You pay for Xiao Shi first. I'll pay you double. Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. She glanced at him and said, just one pet egg? She smiled and took out a cosmos sack from her space and handed it to him. Take it. There are a lot of crystals in it. It's enough for you to spend. Hey, thank you. I know you are loyal. Chapter 2684. Seeing this, Guoxining smiled and did not insist. He just returned to Fengjiu's side. Brother, Which one should I choose? Xieshursi looked at the pet eggs placed in front of her and was dazzled for a moment. They all look the same. Just pick one. Sigh. No wonder you have to bring the girls out to slap each other when you go shopping. I can't get anything out of you guys. Xieshursi sighed and thought for a while. Then she looked at Fengjiu and stepped forward with a smile. Xiao Jiu, help me choose. Hearing this, Shai Yutong laughed. Isn't Xiao Jiu a man? Isn't it the same? Xieshursi made a face. Xiao Jiu has good taste. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled, glanced at those pet eggs, and sighed in his heart. This Xieshursi is really heartless. She doesn't want the silver wolf at the mythological beast level, but she likes these small spiritual pets that have no attack power and belong to the lowest level. It's like giving up a gem to pick a stone. If her parents know about this, they will be angry to death. Xiao Jiu, which one do you think is better? Xieshursi looked at him excitedly, looking forward to his ideas. Fengjiu scanned with his spiritual consciousness and locked his eyes on one of them. He pointed at it and said, This one. Okay, this one. Xieshursi picked it up with a smile and held it in her hand. Haha, miss, come on, this small net bag is for you. You can put the egg in a net bag and hang it around your waist. The stall owner gave her a net bag and gestured to her. Thank you. Xieshursi thanked him with a smile. She played with the fist-sized pet egg and asked, Will it be broken if I accidentally bump into it? No, the pet egg will only break out of the shell from the inside. It can't be broken by external forces, the stall owner said. After they walked away, he took out another egg with a smile and put it in the empty space, then continued to sell it. The silver wolf followed Fengjiu and watched them laughing and chatting in front of it. It couldn't help but despise Xieshursi when she held an egg. How could the pet hatch from such an egg compare with it? Sure enough, except for its master, the other human beings had limited intelligence. Guoxining gazed at Fengjiu, who stood by his side, and said, There's a pavilion of delicacies in our city. Not only is the environment there elegant, there's plenty of delicacies there as well. Moreover, you can even see the night view of the entire city from there. Why don't we take a seat there? Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at Xieshursi and Xieshursi. And, or continue to shop. Yes. Xieshursi, who was beside him, also nodded. Seeing this, Fengjiu looked at Guoxining and smiled. Then let's go to the delicacy pavilion. Guoxining looked at Xieshursi and then at Fengjiu. He was surprised by Fengjiu's attitude towards Xieshursi and Xieshursi. However, he still didn't know what the relationship between Fengjiu and the Xie family was. He only knew that Fengjiu was living in the Xie family. Chapter 2685. Guoxining ordered a few dishes and some wine. They sat around, but he didn't know what to say for a while. When he first met them in the forest, he felt that the three of them were weak. He helped them as much as he could and got along with them in a way to take care of them. But later, he found that their strength was unfathomable. Now, even though he was an outstanding child of the Guo family, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Fengjiu. On the contrary, even if they were peers, it was a little too far, not to mention casually joking with him like the Xie siblings. The scenery here is so good. Xiao Jiu, looking from a high place, don't those lights look like stars? Xieshursi asked with a smile. She leaned on the railing and looked at the night view in the distance excitedly. Well, looking down from a high place, the scenery is not ordinary. Fengjiu nodded slightly and said. Hearing this, Guoxining's gaze fell on him. He saw that his expression was indifferent, and there was a smile on his ordinary face. Looking at his unremarkable appearance, Guoxining suddenly had a thought. This might not be his real appearance. How could an unfathomable expert like him have such an ordinary appearance? For a moment, he was lost in thought and stared straight at Fengjiu until he turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. Is there something on my face? Fengjiu asked, picking up the wine glass in front of him and playing with it. I'm just suddenly wondering if this face of yours isn't your original face. Guoxining said this sentence unexpectedly, and then he was slightly stunned and felt a little offensive, so he said sorry. Fengjiu was also stunned, and then he chuckled. He didn't speak, just shook the glass in his hand and took a sip of wine. Shai Yutong, who was next to him, couldn't help but look at Fengjiu's face suspiciously. He stared at it for a long time and said, "This face is so natural. How can it be fake? Moreover, there is no trace of disguise." Then he looked at Guaxining and asked strangely, "Brother Gua, why do you think so?" Listening to Shai Yutong's words, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. This silly boy, if it was easy for him to see through her, would she still be able to survive? Xiao Jiu originally looked like this. Xie Shirsi, who had been lying on the railing, also turned around and said, "When we met him, he looked like this. Although he was not very good looking, he looked good after a long time. When they first met him, he gave them the impression that he was a simple and honest young man. Even after he came to the Xie family, he gave them the impression that he was a man of few words. If they didn't look for him, they might not even see him for a day. However, ever since they fell into the forest, she felt that Fengjiu seemed to have changed into a different person. If he hadn't been with them all the time, she would have suspected that someone had switched him. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become so powerful? Listening to their words, Fengjiu was a little speechless. Didn't she look good? This appearance was incomparable to her original appearance, but it was still delicate and handsome. Compared to the appearances of the young masters of the aristocratic families that they were used to seeing, it was naturally slightly inferior. But no matter what, they wouldn't say that it wasn't good looking, right? Chapter 2686. In fact, you are much better looking than the people on the street. Of course, you are a little inferior to us, Shai Yutong said, but as soon as he said this, he felt that something was wrong. When he was about to say it again, he heard Guaxining next to him couldn't help laughing. "Sorry, I can't help it," he still said with a smile. Looking at Fengjiu's helpless face, he finally understood why he cared so much about Xie's brother and sister. The brother and sister did not change because of his strength, and they still got along with each other casually. Perhaps it was this casualness and naturalness that made Fengjiu treat them differently. In fact, I didn't mean that. I mean, how can I say it? He was not good at words and didn't know how to say it. Well, I know what you mean. Don't say it. Let's eat something. The dishes are going to be cold. Fengjiu gestured, lifted the wine pot, and poured himself another glass of wine. Then he saw Shai Yutong's wine glass was pushed over her. She looked at him and saw his shy face. "I want to drink too. How about your alcohol tolerance? Can you drink?" She remembered that they drank fruit wine at the banquet of the Ruan family. Not this wine. "Yes, of course I can drink. I am a man," he said with his chest out. "Mother said that you can't drink outside," Xie Shirsi said and added, "Even if you drink, you can only taste it. Don't drink too much. Otherwise, you will get into trouble outside if you get drunk." Fengjiu nodded. "Well, that's reasonable. Let's have a drink. Don't drink too much." She poured him a glass and let him taste the wine. Shai Yutong grinned. "One glass is okay." Guaxining smiled and put a piece of meat in Fengjiu's bowl. "Try it. These are the signature dishes here. They also have some pastries. After eating, you can order some pastries to try." "Thank you," Fengjiu said and began to eat. They ate and chatted as they enjoyed the night view. After the meal, several plates of pastries were served. After tasting the pastries, Guaxirsi couldn't help but say, "These pastries are delicious. I'll bring some back for father and mother to eat." Guaxining saw that Fengjiu also seemed to like to eat pastries, so he said, "Since you're leaving tomorrow, I'll go back and tell them to make them for you tomorrow morning. It's fresher and tastes better that way." "That's great. Thank you, Brother Gua." Xie Shirsi thanked him with a smile. "You're welcome. It's just some pastries." He glanced at Fengjiu and said, "You still have to hurry on with your journey tomorrow. Don't stay up too late tonight. Go back and rest early." "Okay." Fengjiu nodded. Seeing that they were almost done eating, he prepared to leave. Guaxining let them go first while he went to pay the bill and ordered some pastries. Xie Shirsi, who went downstairs first, was hit by a man who smelled of alcohol when she went downstairs. Her figure swayed and she fell down the stairs. "Ah!" she exclaimed and lost her balance. "Sister." Shai Yutong reached out to pull her, but failed. Fortunately, Fengjiu next to him reached out and pulled her quickly, so she didn't fall down the stairs. "Oh, I was scared to death." Chapter 2687. You were the one who bumped into me, Sieh Shirsi said softly. Oh, it turns out to be a little beauty. The man who reeked of alcohol took a closer look and saw Sieh Shirsi's outstanding appearance. He couldn't help but reveal his admiration. He squinted his eyes and sized her up. From her tender and delicate face to her slightly perky chest and slender waist. No matter how he looked at her, she was a little beauty. Drunkenly, he supported himself on the stairs and steadily took a step forward. He reached out his hand to lift the little beauty's chin. Come, accompany this young master upstairs for a drink. However, before his hand could touch the beauty, it was slapped away by another hand. Pan! Shai Yutong stood in front of Sieh Shirsi and slapped the man's hand down. He shouted, "What are you doing?" The man was slapped by Shai Yutong and only felt a burning pain in his hand. He frowned and squinted at him with a pair of drunk eyes. Seeing that he was just a foundation establishment cultivator, he sneered. As soon as he finished laughing, he directly punched Shai Yutong without saying a word. The punch was full of hidden strength and strength. In particular, the man's cultivation was higher than Shai Yutong's, so Shai Yutong had no chance to react. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he couldn't avoid the blow under the great disparity in strength. Guo Xining, who came down after paying the bill, saw this scene and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. When he was about to stop it, he saw Feng Jiu, who was standing on the side, suddenly stretched out his foot and kicked out directly. The unexpected kick directly kicked the man who was standing at the bottom of the stairs down the stairs and directly rolled down the stairs to the first floor. The sound of rolling down the stairs was accompanied by a cry of pain. It was not until he rolled to the ground of the first floor that the sound stopped. The man who rolled down the stairs took a breath and felt that his bones were falling apart. He raised his hand, but found that he couldn't use his strength. It hurt so much when he pulled it slightly. Broken. The man was a little dumbfounded. Even his 70% drunkenness had sobered up a little. It was as if he couldn't believe that someone dared to kick him and even made him roll down the stairs and break his hand. Feng Jiu and the others walked down the stairs. Behind them, Guo Xining let out a light sigh and quickly followed. When the people on the first floor saw this, they also turned their heads to look. Only people with status could go up to the second floor and above. He didn't know if these people were from the second or third floor, but judging from their clothes and bearing, they should also be from aristocratic families. However, these three people's strength was a bit weak. They were only at the foundation establishment stage. The person behind them, however, looked a bit familiar. Young Masterly, are you all right? The waiter hurriedly went forward to help the man who had fallen to the ground. I'm fine. Do I look fine to you? The man was originally a little drunk, but after the fall, the pain caused his drunkenness to dissipate quite a bit. He stood up and shouted at the waiter, pushing him with his other hand. He glared angrily at the green-robed young man who was slowly walking down. You dare to kick me. Do you know who I am? The man's tone was sinister as he shouted, his eyes staring at Feng Jiu as if he wanted to eat him up. Hearing this, Feng Jiu slightly raised the corner of his lips, revealing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Even you don't know who you are. How would I know who you are? Chapter 2688. Guo Xining came to Feng Jiu's side and glanced at the man. Young Masterly was the one who made the first move. Now that you've rolled down the stairs, how can you blame others? When the man heard this, he glared at Guo Xining. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but frown. You're Guo Xining? He paused and looked at the three people beside him. He asked in a low voice, Are you going to stand up for the three of them? I just think that it's best to let this matter pass. If it gets out of hand, it won't do anyone any good. Guo Xining clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him calmly. Let this matter pass? Ha. Guo, do you think the Li family is easy to bully? Let me tell you, if this brat doesn't kneel and kowtow to me today, I won't let him off. The man endured the pain and yelled, glaring fiercely at Feng Jiu. Guo Xining glanced at him, then said to Feng Jiu, It's getting late, let's go back first. Feng Jiu nodded slightly and walked forward. The CS siblings followed. At this moment, the man reached out to stop them. Guo Xining pushed him back and warned him coldly. Young Masterly, you should go back and apply medicine. With that, he left with Fengjiu and the others, heading back to the Guo residence. Seeing that no one dared to stop them, the man gritted his teeth and glared at them. Good Guo Xining, let's wait and see. He supported his injured hand with one hand and walked out, heading home. Back at the Guo residence, Guo Xining sent them back to their rooms before going to his father. He told his father about what happened outside tonight and said, they plan to leave tomorrow morning. If that's the case, I'll have someone prepare it for him tomorrow morning. Patriarch Guo walked around the courtyard with his hands behind his back. But since they've offended the Li family, I guess we'll have to find some time to deal with them. It was that young Master Li who made the first move. At that time, I saw that if it wasn't for Fengjiu's kick, Brother Xie would have been heavily injured. Guo Xining said, I know. The people of the Li clan have always been unreasonable. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. If it were other clans, it would be one thing, but against our Guo clan, they probably wouldn't dare to offend us. However, there's something I need to tell you. Hearing this, he looked at his father, wondering what was going on. Recently, the Treasure Exchange Pavilion released news that there's a supreme-grade pill that can allow a peak Immortal Sage expert to advance to the late-stage Immortal Venerable realm. You should know that I've been stuck at the peak of the Immortal Sage realm for many years, but the possibility of me breaking through this threshold with my own strength is extremely small. His voice paused, and he walked with his hand behind his back, saying, I heard that this pill has been verified by the Treasure E-Pavilion. Even if one consumes it, there will be a chance to break through again in the future, and it won't cause any harm to one's cultivation, so I plan to take this pill. After your grandfather heard about it, he decided to personally take a look, so I want to ask him to bring you along. Treasure Exchange Pavilion? Guo Xining was startled. Doesn't that mean we'll be going the same way as Fengjiu's group? There is only one Treasure Exchange Pavilion in this area, and it was in the town where the Xie clan was located. It seemed like they could travel together. Chapter 2689. Hearing this, Guo Xining's eyes flashed. Although he wanted to tell his father that Fengjiu looked approachable, he was actually cold and unapproachable. If the Guo family wanted to recruit him, it would be difficult. However, when the words came to his mouth, he kept them to himself and only said, Yes, I understand. Your brother is not at home, so you have to do your best. This time, when you go out with your grandfather, you have to observe and learn more. He instructed, then let him go back to rest. Guo Xining left the courtyard. He wanted to go to Fengjiu's courtyard and tell them that he would go with them tomorrow, but in the end, he did not. He only went to his grandfather's place and went back to rest. The next morning, when the sky was bright, Guo family head went to Fengjiu's courtyard, followed by a few guards who were carrying trays covered with red cloth. When they entered the courtyard, they saw the puppy-like silver wolf sitting up and looking at them with bloodthirsty eyes. Staring at the silver wolf, the patriarch of the Guo clan didn't dare to be careless. He didn't walk closer and instead smiled. I'm here to send off your master. I also brought some treasures with me. Go and call your master. I'll wait here. Hearing these words, the silver wolf glanced at him and then looked away. It then opened the door with its head and walked into the room. The guards following behind were surprised that their family head would treat a pet like this. Moreover, he stood in the courtyard and did not go too close to the room. It was really strange. Fengjiu in the room had just woken up and washed up. Because she was going back today, she woke up early. When she was about to come out, she heard a noise outside. Not long after, she saw the silver wolf come in. With a flick of her hand, she tossed a medicinal pill to the silver wolf and walked out. When she arrived at the courtyard, she saw Patriarch Guo walking up to her with a smile. Young Master Feng, you're awake? Sorry to disturb you. I have to hurry today, so I woke up early. Fengjiu said and made a gesture of invitation. Guo family head, please sit. I won't sit. I'm here to deliver something. As he spoke, he gestured for the people behind him to come forward and said, These are the gifts my son gave young Master Feng to treat Great Elder. I hope young Master Feng will kindly accept them. He tore off the red cloth and stood to the side to look at Fengjiu, wondering if he was satisfied with these things. Fengjiu saw that the red cloth on the first tray was lifted, revealing a pair of disc-sized black pearls. Seeing such a large pair of black pearls in front of his eyes, Fengjiu was slightly surprised. "This is a top-grade black pearl from the deep sea. It has always been one of my treasures. I hope young Master Feng will like it." Patriarch Gua said as he opened the second tray. On it was a precious spiritual medicine. "This is a 1,000-year-old sage ginseng. It is said that the efficacy of sage ginseng is 100 times that of ginseng. Just a small piece can bring a dying person back to life." Patriarch Gua looked at Fengjiu and saw a strange look in his eyes. He knew that Fengjiu liked these things. Chapter 2690. The guards placed the trays on the table in the courtyard one by one, and then left first. Fengjiu glanced at the items on the table and smiled. "Patriarch Gua, you're exaggerating." She picked up the sage ginseng and looked at it. There was no doubt that it was a 1,000-year-old sage ginseng in the box. Such a thing was indeed precious. It seemed that Patriarch Gua was willing to part with such a good thing as a gift. She looked at Patriarch Gua and said, "I like these gifts very much." Patriarch Gua heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "As long as young Master Feng likes them." He smiled and said, "Oh right, it was already late last night when you came back. There's something I haven't had time to tell you." He looked at Fengjiu and said, "My father and Enchanting will be going with you when you leave today." Patriarch Gua paused. Seeing him look at him in surprise, he smiled. "Young Master Feng, don't misunderstand. They're going to the Treasure Exchange Tower, so they're going the same way as you. I thought that since it's going the same way, please take care of them." "Treasure Exchange Tower?" Fengjiu raised his eyebrows. "Young Master Feng should have heard of the Treasure Exchange Tower, right? You can exchange treasures there. Actually, we've received news that there's a supreme grade pill in the Treasure Exchange Tower. I won't lie to you, young Master Feng. I've been stuck at the peak of the Sage Immortal stage for many years and haven't been able to break through. This pill is different from the others. It's said that even if you take it, it won't affect your advancement in the future. So, we decided to do our best to get it." Fengjiu was startled and looked at him strangely. "Since it's an exchange item, it shouldn't be that easy to get, right?" "Haha, it's a coincidence." Patriarch Gua smiled and said, "Other than trading items of equal value, the other party also wants to know about the Stairway of Immortality. Regarding the Stairway of Immortality, my father has been there before. Not many people have been there before, so there shouldn't be any problems. With regards to the medicinal pill that Iyun exchanged, they still had some confidence." Fengjiu nodded. "I see. All right then, I'll make some preparations." Seeing this, Patriarch Gua left first to make arrangements for their journey. After he left, Fengjiu put the 1,000-year-old sage ginseng back into the box and put it away. Back then, she had obtained a 1,000-year-old ginseng from Mose. She had often used it as medicine. Later on, when she wanted to look for it again, there were very few ginseng that were at least 1,000 years old. Unexpectedly, the sage ginseng, which was rarer and more precious than ginseng, was actually a 1,000-year-old one. It seemed that the Penglai Immortal Island had more rare spirit herbs than other places. With this 1,000-year purple ginseng, she could find some time to refine some pills to use. After putting away the 1,000-year-old sage ginseng, she picked up one of the black pearls and played with it for a while before putting everything away. These two black pearls could only be used as decorations, or could they be used as medicine? While she was thinking, she heard Shai Yutong's yawn coming from behind her. "I just heard a voice. Who is it?" Shai Yutong rubbed his eyes and looked at the yard. There was no one except Fengjiu. "It's Patriarch Gua." Fengjiu glanced at him and said, "Go wash up. I'll ask someone to prepare some breakfast. Let's hurry up." Chapter 2691. Early in the morning, when the Gua family was busy making arrangements for the journey, a group of people came in aggressively and blocked the Gua family's gate. "Go, knock on the door." As soon as the leading middle-aged man finished his words, a man stepped forward quickly and knocked on the Gua family's gate. "Open the door! Open the door!" The gatekeeper heard the noise and opened the door. He saw a large group of people outside, and all of them had ugly expressions. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Who are you all? What do you want?" The people in front stepped aside, revealing the middle-aged man behind and the man whose hand was bandaged and whose neck was hung with a white gauze. Seeing these two people, The gatekeeper finally recognized them. You are the head of the Leaf family? Why did the head of the Leaf family come here? The head of the Leaf family snorted and stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the old gatekeeper and said, "We are here to take people away today. Go and tell your patriarch to hand him over to me." Hearing this, the old gatekeeper was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand to call a guard and asked him to go inside to report. The head of the Guo family, who was sitting in a hall with his father, saw the housekeeper come in hurriedly and asked, "What's the matter?" "Family head, old master, the people from the Leaf family are here. That family head, Lee, brought people to surround our door, saying that we have to hand over the person." The steward reported the situation outside. Hearing this, old Master Guo, who was sitting in the main seat in the hall, frowned and looked at his son, asking, "What are the Leaf family doing here? Who are they going to hand over?" "Father, you don't know. Last night, the head of the Guo family told his father what Guo Xining told him last night. Finally, he said, I sent people to Linglong Pavilion to inquire. The young master of the Leaf family drank too much and wanted to flirt with the girl of the Xie family. However, he failed and wanted to punch Shai Yutong, so he was kicked down the stairs by Feng Jiu." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I originally thought that since the Leaf family was in the wrong, they wouldn't make a big deal out of it. However, I guess they found out that they weren't from the Guo family, so they dared to come and ask for him." Hearing this, Grandpa Guo shook his head and sighed. This Li boy is narrow-minded and short-sighted. He really can't compare to his father's style. "Father, I'll go take a look," Patriarch Guo said as he stood up. Grandpa Guo took a sip of the tea and said slowly, "Since he came here, he won't give up easily. You deal with him as you see fit. Let's not alarm our guests with this kind of thing." "Yes," Patriarch Guo replied and walked out. When Guo Xining heard the commotion outside the residence, he asked around and learned that the Leaf family had come looking for him. He paused for a moment, then walked towards the courtyard where Feng Jiu and the others were staying. His father would deal with this matter. He would go and see if Feng Jiu and the rest were ready. When he arrived at the courtyard and saw that they were about to come out, he was a little surprised. "Why are you all up so early? Have you eaten?" "Yes, we have. We're going to find you," Shai Yutong said and asked, "I heard from Xiaoju that Brother Guo and your grandfather would go with us, right?" Chapter 2692. He took out the boxes of pastries from his origin space and handed them to them. "There are a few flavors here. They are all labeled on the packaging." "Thank you, Big Brother Guo." Xie Shirsi took the pastries with a smile. She put some into her own Qinkuan pouch and gave some to Feng Jiu. "Xiaojiu, keep these." "Okay." Feng Jiu took the pastries and put them into his origin space. "I heard some noise outside the residence. Did that person from last night come looking for you?" Feng Jiu asked. Guo Xining was slightly taken aback. He looked at him and smiled. "I didn't expect you to know about it here." "That's right, the Leaf family came looking for you. But don't worry, my father has already gone to deal with it. I didn't come looking for you because of this. I wanted to bring you to see my grandfather so that we can prepare to leave." Feng Jiu thought for a moment and didn't say anything. He just nodded and followed him to the front yard. The silver wolf followed behind them, looking around from time to time. When they reached the front yard and saw that its owner had entered, it followed and sat in the corner of the hall. When they reached the hall, Feng Jiu's gaze fell on the old man who was drinking tea in the hall. She saw that his breathing was steady, his face was ruddy, and he was full of energy. His white beard and dignified, yet peaceful expression reminded her of her grandfather. Although her grandfather was getting younger, compared to his youthful appearance, the kind old man's voice and appearance were more deeply engraved in her mind. Old Master Guo's gaze swept past the Xie siblings and landed on Feng Nine. At first glance, he only felt that this young man in green was very ordinary. His appearance could only be considered delicate, but in the eyes of old Master Guo, who had seen all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women, he could only be described as ordinary and unremarkable. However, it was this unremarkable ordinariness that made him feel that he was extraordinary. If one didn't pay attention to such a young man, it would be easy to overlook him. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. When he looked at this young man's cultivation, he realized that even he couldn't see through him. He was slightly surprised and stood up, stroking his beard and chuckling. This must be Fengjiu, young Master Feng. I'm old Master Gua. If young Master Feng doesn't mind, you can call me old Master Gua. Hearing this, the CS siblings were shocked. They stood to the side and looked at Fengjiu, then at old Master Gua. An old master of such a high status actually asked Fengjiu to call him old Master Gua? Compared to their astonishment and the slight change in Gua Xining's eyes, Fengjiu's expression was the same as before, showing a gentle smile. She didn't really call him Master Gua, but called him Master Gua. I thought it would be just the two of us. I didn't expect that I could travel with young Master Feng. It won't be boring on the way. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Then he looked at the CS siblings and said, "When we get there, I will find time to visit you." The CS siblings were stunned. CS Shirsi didn't respond, but Shai Yutong knew what it meant. He couldn't help being happy and said, "That's great. Thank you for taking care of us here. When we get there, old Master Gua and Brother Gua don't have to find a place to live outside. You can live in my house." Chapter 2693. Their voices paused. Old Master Gua frowned. "What's wrong? Why haven't they left yet?" "Old Master, the people from the Li family have started fighting with our guards," the housekeeper said in a low voice. "The head of the Li family is getting out of hand," he said in a low voice. He said to Fengjiu, "You guys sit for a while, I'll go take a look. This started because of me, I'll go," Fengjiu said, and turned to leave. Seeing this, old Master Gua paused. Seeing Fengjiu and the others leave, he called for a hidden guard and gave him some instructions, then followed them out. Outside the mansion, more and more people gathered to watch. They all saw the heads of the Li and Gua families arguing about something at the door. These two families had been in the city for over 100 years. Who would have thought that there would be a day when they would fight? But what was it that made them fight? Hey, do you guys know why the Li family is looking for the Gua family? Why would the head of the Li family bring people here? A man in the crowd asked the person beside him. Hearing this, a man who knew what was going on laughed. What else could it be? Did you see young Master Li? Last night, he drank too much at Linglong Pavilion and went a flirt with a girl. It is said that the girl had 2 men with her and the second young master of the Gua clan. He failed to flirt with her and was kicked down the stairs. Many people who were eating at Linglong Pavilion saw it. So that's what happened. Then how could the Li family have the nerve to come here? The first young master of the Li family has never been a good person. Now that something like this has happened, they still have the guts to come here. I heard that the person who kicked the first young master of the Li family down the stairs wasn't from the Gua family. The Li family must have heard about it, and that's why they came to cause trouble. If it was someone from the Gua family who injured him, it probably wouldn't be so serious. That's true. After all, when old Master Li was still in charge, he had a pretty good relationship with old Master Gua. It's just that they gradually grew apart when it came to their son's generation. The surrounding people were discussing. Their voices were neither loud nor soft as they reached the ears of the Li and Gua family members. The Gua family head's face sank. He looked at the Li family head and said, "I advise you to suppress this matter. It won't do you any good to make it big." "What? Your Gua family even wants to protect someone with a different surname? Who is that kid to you?" Patriarch Li sneered, clearly not putting his words in his eyes. "Do you think the Gua family doesn't have to give me an explanation for injuring my son like this?" Patriarch Gua frowned and looked at him without saying a word. It was only when an indifferent and somewhat lazy voice came from behind that he abruptly turned around to look. He saw a green-robed Fengjiu slowly walking over. His clear eyes fell on Patriarch Li, the expression in his eyes inexplicably carrying a dangerous aura. Patriarch Gua instinctively retreated to the side when he saw this scene, and even when he stood, he only stood beside Fengjiu. The sharp and cold look that flashed across his eyes made him shudder. He knew that this Fengjiu was unfathomably dangerous no matter how he looked at it. Only someone like Patriarch Li, who was impulsive and didn't care about the consequences, would act recklessly. "I was the one who injured him. I wonder, what kind of explanation do you want?" Chapter 2694. Patriarch Li narrowed his eyes and stared at the young man in green who had walked out. He glanced at him and saw that the young man's strength was only SOSO. His face immediately darkened, and he harumphed loudly. The cold harumph carried the coercion of a celestial sage cultivator as it enveloped Fengjiu. The powerful aura and coercion caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. After all, they could see that the young man in green was only at the foundation establishment stage. How could someone with such strength resist the coercion of a celestial sage cultivator? However, Patriarch Gua, who was standing to the side, saw this and a sneer flashed across his eyes. He took a step back, and at the same time, he reached out to push the Xie siblings back so that they wouldn't be hurt by the pressure. Feng Nine, on the other hand, was still standing there. His figure was straight, his expression was calm, and his posture was casual. She just stood there quietly, as if she didn't feel the pressure enveloping her body. Her clear eyes only lightly fell on the Li family head's body. She didn't hear him speak, so she asked again, "Didn't you come here to ask for an explanation? What kind of explanation do you want?" Her gaze turned and landed on young Master Li with a smile that did not look like a smile. "I didn't know that you could ask for an explanation when you fell down the stairs while drunk and took liberties with a woman." Patriarch Li frowned and stared at Fengjiu with an ugly expression. He could not understand this person in front of him. He had attacked him with coercion, but he did not react at all. This was not right. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he would never have thought that this young man was stronger than him. Thus, he only stared coldly at him and said in a gloomy voice, "What right does a weakling have to speak?" "Weakling?" Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and softly muttered as if she was thinking about the meaning of this word. After a while, she smiled and looked at Patriarch Li, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. She said, "Do you believe that I'm a weakling and can make you lie down and unable to stand up? Ha 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 ha. Arrogant child. Today, even if people say that I'm bullying you because you're young, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant." As his unbridled and arrogant laughter rang out, Patriarch Li's powerful spiritual aura surged. He took a step forward and reached out to grab Fengjiu's neck. Hiss! This Li family head actually attacked that young man. The difference in strength between the two of them is so huge. It's like an adult bullying a child. This is an adult bullying a child. How old is that Patriarch Li? How old is that green-robed youth look? He was probably not as old as his son. The moment he made his move, he wanted to kill his opponent. There's no one else who can do this. Isn't this green-clothed youth a guest of the Gua clan? Why is Patriarch Gua just watching from the side? He probably doesn't want to cause any trouble. After all, the Li family status in this city is similar to the Gua family's. The surrounding people discussed and looked at the green-clothed youth with some pity. Patriarch Li's first move was a fatal blow. It seemed that the green-clothed youth would die here today. The Xie siblings and Gua Ximing watched this scene from behind and could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Although they knew that Fengjiu was not weak, the other party was a patriarch. Could he avoid that fatal blow? Chapter 2695. Just as Patriarch Li sneered and his hand was about to touch Fengjiu's neck, the situation suddenly changed. The sudden change shocked him, and his face turned pale. Fengjiu watched quietly as Patriarch Li's hand, that was filled with spiritual energy, moved towards her neck. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Patriarch Li's speed was extremely fast. However, in the eyes of a peak immortal emperor like Fengjiu, who is only at the immortal sage realm, Patriarch Li's speed was extremely slow. She only took a small step to the side with her left foot when the big hand was about to pinch her. She slightly leaned to the side and easily avoided his hand. At the same time, she raised her hand and clenched it. Her forefingers pressed against the area between the thumb and forefinger of the opponent's wrist, and her thumb pressed against the area below the area between the thumb and forefinger. Just like that, she easily flipped it over without using much strength. The shocked Patriarch Li's face was deathly pale as he let out a miserable scream. Hiss! That shrill and sharp voice suddenly came out of Patriarch Li's mouth. Everyone was shocked, thinking that they had misheard. When the surrounding people looked over, they saw that Patriarch Li's hand was held by the young man in green. Because his hand was twisted outwards, Patriarch Li's body was also in a strange position. The young man in green moved again and lifted his leg to kick Patriarch Lee. Patriarch Lee's knees bent, and he felt his knees with a plop. Patriarch Lee was easily subdued in a few moves. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? No, I must be seeing things. Hiss. Oh my God. Where did this freak come from? Could it be that this young man in green is not a young man at all, but an old monster who has regained his youth? How is that possible? The young man's bone age is obvious. He can hide his strength, but he can't hide his bone age, right? Who knows? Perhaps there are some secret techniques or treasures. Otherwise, how could the Lee clan's patriarch have fallen here? It seems like Patriarch already knew about it. Look at his face. There's not even the slightest bit of shock. It's obvious that he already knew about the young man's strength. No wonder Patriarch kept persuading Patriarch Lee not to make a big deal out of this. So this is the reason. Everyone finally understood why Patriarch had been trying to persuade Patriarch Lee earlier. However, Patriarch Lee didn't accept his kind intentions. Patriarch, Father, Patriarch. Only then did everyone from the Lee family recover from the shock brought about by the scene before them. They slowly exclaimed and were about to run forward. However, at this moment, Patriarch shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone stop!" The aura of an expert surged out, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. All of them widened their eyes in anger and disbelief as they stared ahead. "Release my father! Let go of the Patriarch!" The Xie siblings stared at Fengjie with their mouths wide open in disbelief. Seeing him fight with their own eyes, they knew that he was really strong. Even Patriarch Lee was no match for him. Among these people, the one who was the most shocked, the most incredulous, and the most embarrassed was undoubtedly Patriarch Lee. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. One of his hands was pinned behind his back by Fengjie, and the kick to the back of his knee made his entire leg sore and weak. He couldn't even stand up, let alone resist. Chapter 2696. Young Master, please show mercy. An old voice came from the sky with a sigh. As soon as the voice came out, Master Lee, who was being held down by Fengjie, paled. He raised his head in shock and panicked to look in the direction of the voice. Unfortunately, he was being held down and couldn't turn his head to look at the sky, but that familiar voice still made him panic. When the people of the Lee family heard that voice, they were also startled. When they looked back, they saw a gray-robed old man sitting on a flying contract beast. Behind him were 5 people. When they saw the old man and the 5 people, the people of the Lee family were delighted. It's the old master, second master, and several elders. It's grandfather. Grandfather must have come to avenge me, the young master of the Lee family said in surprise. He waved his hand in the air. Grandfather? Grandfather? Only 1 or 2 people were surprised. Why did the old master come out of seclusion? The old master should be in seclusion at this time. Moreover, why did the second master and several elders come? The 2 of them were slightly older, so they thought about things more deeply. Seeing that their old master had come, they felt that this old master wasn't here to stand up for their family head. After all, if he was here to stand up for their family head, then that shout just now would have been a stern shout. For a moment, the 2 of them looked at each other and calmly took a few steps back. The contract beast lowered the Lee family's old master to the ground and lowered its body to let the old man down. As soon as the old man came down, the young master of the Lee family quickly ran forward. Grandfather, but before he finished speaking, he saw his grandfather's dignified and fierce gaze sweep over him. The sternness in his grandfather's eyes made him shiver, and he couldn't finish his words. The Lee family's old master coldly glanced at him, then walked past him without saying a word and walked towards Fengjie. He saw the green-robed young man holding his son down on the ground in a half-kneeling position. He saw his son's pale face and lack of strength to resist. He saw his son's panicked and helpless expression when he saw him. Father, why have you come? The Lee family head asked in a trembling voice. He didn't expect that his father, who was in seclusion, would come here and see such a scene. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Of course, the Lee family's old man only coldly looked at him and also opened his mouth to reply. However, the imposing aura of a superior made the surrounding people not dare to speak again. They all quieted down and didn't dare to be impudent again. Old Masterly looked at Fengjiu and sized him up with his wise eyes. It was only a glance before he retracted his gaze and calmed his expression. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Young master, please show mercy and spare my unfilial son's life. I will definitely give young master a satisfactory explanation for offending you." Hearing this, although the surrounding people did not say anything, they all gasped and looked at Fengjiu in shock and astonishment. He didn't expect that old Masterly wasn't here to stand up for his grandson, but to apologize. What ability did this green-robed youth have? How could he make the Li family's old ancestor act like this? For a time, everyone's probing gazes fell on the azure-clothed youth. Chapter 2697. Patriarch. The people who came with Patriarch Li quickly stepped forward and helped him up. Patriarch Li pushed away the people who were supporting him and looked at his father. His lips moved, and he was about to speak when he heard his father's dignified and cold voice. From this moment on, Li Qingfeng's position as patriarch is abolished. At the same time, his bloodline will move out of the Li family and establish their own family. As soon as Old Man Li said this, the surrounding people could not help but look at him in shock. Even Patriarch Li and his son had a look of disbelief on their faces. However, the few people who came with Old Man Li looked indifferent, as if they already knew. The position of patriarch of the Li family will be inherited by my second son, Li Qingchen. As soon as Old Master Li's words fell, the surrounding people couldn't help but look at the calm middle-aged man beside Old Master Li. In the future, the Li family will have second Master Li as the patriarch. Every dog has its day. Father, I know I was wrong. Father, please give me another chance." Patriarch Li quickly recovered from the shock and quickly stepped forward to kneel down. Old Man Li didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Fengjiu and asked, "Young master, what do you think of this punishment?" However, before Fengjiu could speak, young Master Li recovered from the shock and screamed, "Impossible! How can this be?" He quickly walked in front of Old Master Li and said, "Grandfather, this kid kicked me and hurt father. How can you help him and not protect us? We are grandfather's descendants." Old Master Li frowned and bellowed, "Kneel." When the pressure came out, the young Master Li, who was still shouting, suddenly knelt down. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't stand up even if he wanted to. "Apologize to this young master." Old Man Li shouted and stared at the two people kneeling in front of him with a sharp gaze. I don't." Young Master Li wanted to refuse, but was pulled down by his father. He lowered his head and said, "We apologize." Patriarch Li turned to Fengjiu and said, "Sorry, we were wrong. Young master, please be magnanimous and forgive us." Although he was embarrassed, he had no choice but to say these words. This was not only because of the pressure from his father, but also because after exchanging blows with the green-clothed youth, he knew that the green-clothed youth was very strong. At the very least, the green-clothed youth was stronger than him. "Apologize." Patriarch Li's sharp eyes on his son. His heart was burning with anger. If it wasn't for his son, he wouldn't think that young man was easy to bully. Originally, he wanted to suppress the Guo family to raise the Li family. Being stared at by his father, Li was startled. Seeing that his grandfather was also staring at him, he couldn't help but glance at Fengjiu. He lowered his head and said, "Sorry, I was wrong." Old Master Li looked at Feng Nine. Seeing that he was silent and didn't speak, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Young Master Feng. Chapter 2698. Fengjiu glanced at Old Master Guo. After hearing his words, she finally understood why Old Master Li was here to apologize. It was because of him. Seeing this, she nodded. "All right. Since Old Master Guo has said so, I'll let it go." Hearing this, Old Master Li breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward and thanked Old Master Guo. "Thank you, young Master Feng. And thank you, Old Master Guo." He smiled and nodded at Old Master Guo. "Your eldest son is really bad. If you had been in seclusion for a few more years, your Li family would have been destroyed by him." Old Master Gua shook his head. Sigh. Our family is unfortunate. Old Master Li sighed and said to the two people kneeling on the ground, Go back and pack your things. The father and son stood up and left with the others. Only the elders and the middle-aged man stood behind the old man. Old Master Li, I'm going out. I won't be home for a while. I'll find you when I'm back. Old Master Gua said and said to Fengjiu, Young Master Feng, we can go now. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded and glanced at the Xie siblings. The two of them walked quickly to his side. Gua Xinding followed behind them, along with a few cultivators to protect them. Old Master Gua raised his hand in the air, and a spaceship appeared in midair. He gestured for Fengjiu to board the spaceship. Fengjiu stretched out her hand, and the little silver wolf that was squatting by her feet jumped in her arms. With a light tap of her toes, she leaped into the spaceship. The Xie siblings and the rest boarded the ship one after another. Old Master Guo was the last to board. He looked at Old Master Li and smiled. His words were hard to read. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Old Master Li saluted. The Li family will remember this favor. I'll treat you to a drink when we get back. Ha ha! Old Master Guo laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he jumped into the flying ship and left. After exchanging a few words with Patriarch Gua, Patriarch Li left with a few people behind him. As they left, a middle-aged man standing behind the Patriarch asked with some confusion, Patriarch, what did Patriarch Li mean by that? Patriarch Gua smiled. As he walked back, he said, Father can be said to have helped the Li family avoid a great calamity. What great calamity? Was it because of young Master Feng? The man was confused. Young Master Feng was powerful, but a family with 100 years of history. Why would they be afraid of him? At that time, Fengjiu wanted to kill him. If the old man of the Li clan had come a little later, he would have seen the corpse of the Li clan. The Li clan wouldn't have let the matter rest. However, if they fought with Fengjiu, the Li clan wouldn't have been able to survive. Their foundation would have been shaken. Patriarch Guo smiled and continued. Therefore, Father's action can be said to have helped the Li family through a great calamity. If it weren't for Father's friendship with the Li family's old master, he probably wouldn't have leaked the news to him. The man next to him was stunned. What news? Why was he getting more and more confused? Old Master Guo paused and turned to look at him. Looks like you need more experience. How about this? Tomorrow, pack up your things and go to one of the Guo family's businesses as a manager. Chapter 2699. The steward leisurely walked past the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man came back to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward to stop the steward. He anxiously asked, What did the Patriarch mean just now? I only asked a few questions. Why did the Patriarch want to transfer me out in the end? The steward raised his drooping eyelids and glanced at him, then said, Before young Master Feng came out, the Patriarch sent someone to the Li family to find Master Li, who was in seclusion. Although I don't know how the Patriarch got the secret guard to tell Master Li, I'm certain that the Patriarch must have told the secret guard to tell Master Li that his son provoked someone he shouldn't provoke. If it's not handled properly, I'm afraid it'll bring disaster to the Li family. The steward's voice was neither fast nor slow, and he had a calm appearance. Young Master Feng isn't an ordinary person. If Master Li was a step slower, then Patriarch Li would have been dead. If Patriarch Li really died, then the matter would have been serious. At that time, no matter how much the Patriarch Li doesn't want to fight with young Master Feng, he must avenge his son's death. But this would have been troublesome. After all, young Master Feng's strength is unfathomable, and we don't know his background. Who knows if there's a big family behind him? The middle-aged man listened in a daze. Why didn't he think that there were so many crooked things going on? In the aftermath of the battle, even if the Li family can kill young Master Feng, I'm afraid the power and family behind him won't let the Li family go. But if they can't beat young Master Feng, then they'll be killed. This way, the Li family's foundation will be shaken, and a big family will be on the verge of collapse. So, our Patriarch helped the Li family avoid a great calamity. The steward glanced at him, who was standing there in a daze, and continued. So, the information you asked about was this. As a big family, you can't even see through this matter. If you don't understand it, how can you be qualified to stay by the Patriarch's side? It's reasonable for the patriarch to transfer you out to gain experience. After all, the patriarch isn't someone as blind as the Lee family's patriarch. Otherwise, why would I be the steward and you aren't? The middle-aged man stared in astonishment as he watched the steward walk away. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He didn't think too deeply about things, and sometimes his brain reacted half a beat slower. After this reminder, he also knew where the problem was. Therefore, he was still holding back his anger. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have asked those questions. At the same time, on the spaceship, Fengjiu had entered a room to cultivate. When the Xie siblings saw him, they went back to cultivate as well. Only a few people from the Guo family were at the bow of the spaceship. Guo Xining poured a cup of tea for his grandfather. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Grandfather, the Li family's old master is in seclusion. How'd you get him to come out?" That old man Li is in seclusion all year round. How can the secret guards go to his seclusion place? I only asked the Dark Guardian to look for old man Li's second son first. His second son's mind isn't something that can be compared to others. With just a few words, he would know what to do. The old master took a sip of tea and smiled. So he brought the secret guards to see old man Li. I only asked the secret guard to tell old man Li that his son provoked someone he shouldn't provoke. If he doesn't want to bring disaster to the whole family, he should quickly come and deal with it. Chapter 2700. No, he only believed half of it. Old Master Gua smiled and said, "Didn't you see him riding a contracted divine beast and bringing a few elders with him?" Gua Xining was slightly stunned. Could it be that he wanted to fight? I know what he's thinking. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion, but was disturbed by this matter. If the other party was just a nameless junior, it wouldn't matter if he killed him. At least it would serve as a shock, so he brought a few elders with him. However, he probably didn't expect that his son would be subdued by Fengjiu. Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to resist, which led to the subsequent scene. Old Master Gua looked at Gua Xining and said, "As the head of a family, there are many things to consider. You can't just look at the surface of things. You have to analyze the pros and cons and make the best decision for yourself. Take old man Li, for example. He made the right decision at that moment. Not only did he save his son's life, but he also saved his family. Thus, he minimized the damage. It was already the best decision he could have made." Hearing this, Gua Xining nodded. His heart trembled. He wasn't groomed to be the next head of the family, so he had little contact with such matters. Very few people told him about it. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that it wasn't so easy to be in a position of power, to be a leader. That was also true. Back in the forest, he couldn't see through things and couldn't understand things. When he returned home and told his father about it, his father had already guessed it before he finished. Thinking about how Fengjiu went into the side room after boarding the spaceship and didn't come out, he was moved. He asked, "Grandfather revealed the news to old Master Li and made him accept our Guo family's favor. Fengjiu, is it because of grandfather's information that he doesn't want to have too much contact with us?" Hearing this, old Master Gua smiled and didn't speak while drinking tea. In the side room, Fengjiu was indeed cultivating. Gua Xining was right about one thing. She really didn't want to have too much contact with the Gua family. Old Master Gua asked her to save face, and she did. After all, the matter was handled quite well. However, after this matter, the relationship between the Guo family and the Li family would be greatly improved. It was also because of her. Perhaps she didn't like the scheming Guo family, so she didn't want to have too much contact with them. After returning this time, if she got detailed information about the Ladder of Immortality, she planned to leave in advance and go to that place first. In another side room, brother and sister of the Xie family, who said they were cultivating, were staying in a room and whispering. "Brother, does Xiao Ju not like Brother Gua?" Although Xie Shirsi was naive, she was sensitive and felt something. "You noticed it too?" Shai Yutong thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't seem to like them very much. It seems that he doesn't want to have too much to do with them. Otherwise, why would he say that he wants to cultivate as soon as he gets on the spaceship?" "Why? I think Brother Gua is very good." She didn't understand. Hearing this, Shai Yutong suddenly stared at her and said, "I tell you, don't think about him. His family is big and has many people. They are scheming and troublesome. It's better to keep a distance. Xieshursi blinked and said strangely, "But I remember you were very happy when you heard that old Master Guo was going to visit us. You even invited them to live in our house." Chapter 2701. He originally thought that the Guo family was a century-old family. If old Master Guo visited them, the main family would be very surprised. Then, if outsiders didn't know, they might think that they were on good terms with the Guo family, which was a good thing for their family. However, after what happened this morning, he became clear about one thing. It was useless to rely on others. Only when one was strong could he be valued and respected by others. "Sister, do you think Xiaojio is powerful?" he suddenly asked. "Yes, very powerful," Xieshursi said without thinking. Sha Yutong nodded. "Well, so we have to work hard to cultivate and become as powerful as him." He also made up his mind that he must work hard to cultivate and break through as soon as possible after going back. With the spaceship, they returned earlier than expected. In the evening, they arrived outside the city before the sun went down. At this time, in the Xie family, the beautiful woman was crying silently with a sad face. In her mind, there had been no news for so many days, so there must be no news. She couldn't help but blame herself when she thought about what had happened to her children. Xie Yin came out from the outside with a dark face, as if he was full of anger. Seeing his wife's sad face, he suppressed his anger and comforted her. "Madam, don't cry. You haven't been sleeping well these days, and you've been crying like this. Your eyes have been red and swollen for several days." "Husband, did you inquire about the child when you went to the Ruan family?" the beautiful woman asked with a choked voice. Don't mention it. The Ruan family is really a bad thing. They said that they sent people to look for the child, but there is no news until now. Instead, I don't know what happened in the past 2 days. Their daughter, who is not liked in the family, is said to have some amazing talent and adventure. Her illness, which could not be cured, has been cured. Now the Ruan family is busy looking for teachers and resources for her and discussing which cultivation sect to let her join. He sat down angrily and said, "In my opinion, they didn't try their best to help us find the child. I thought that father was in seclusion, so I didn't want to disturb him. Now it seems that it's impossible." Hearing this, the beautiful woman was even more sad. "I'm afraid that even if this matter is reported to the master, he won't be an enemy of the Ruan family for our child who has been lost." Thinking of this, she couldn't help crying more sadly. She blamed herself and said, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." However, at this time, they didn't know that Xieshursi ran home first after getting off the spaceship. She hadn't seen her father and mother for so many days, and she missed them very much. As soon as she entered the house, she quickly ran towards the inner courtyard while shouting, "Mother, mother, I'm back." Xie Yin, who was comforting his tearful wife, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this voice. Then he was overjoyed. It's little Shur's voice, and she quickly stepped forward and hugged her daughter. "Were and are. S. Were." Chapter 2702. Brother and Xiaojio are behind me. As soon as I arrived in the city, I ran back quickly. "Mother, I missed you so much. You don't know that I was almost eaten by ferocious beasts. I almost couldn't come back to see you." She threw herself into her mother's arms and rubbed against her like a kitten. Xie Yin was relieved when he saw his daughter come back. When he heard that she had been in danger, he couldn't help being worried. But when he saw that his daughter was not injured, he was relieved again. "It's good that you're back." He stepped forward and patted his daughter's head. He could finally put down the big stone that had been hanging over his head these days. When the beautiful woman heard that her son and Xiaojio were all right, she stopped crying and smiled. "Yes, it's good that you're back." As for other things, she would ask in detail later. Not long after, Feng Jiao and Sha Yutong also came back, but old Master Gua and Gua Xining did not come with them. According to old Master Gua, it was a little abrupt to suddenly come to the door, so they lived in the small courtyard of the Gua family and said that they would visit again when they had time. Sha Yutong, who had seen through the matter, did not ask them to stay and returned home with Feng Jiao. After all, he was still a teenager. Even though he had calmed down a little after going out for a few days, the moment he reached home, he still broke into a happy smile and quickened his pace. In the end, he also ran inside with quick steps. "Mother, mother, I'm back." Hearing his son's voice and seeing him run in quickly, Seyen said with some bitterness, "These two children call me mother after coming home. Am I such a failure as a father? Don't you miss me after being away from home for so many days?" Hearing that, Sieh Shursi giggled and held his hand. "Daddy, I missed you, little sure missed you. I even brought gifts for all of you." Hearing this, Seyen laughed. Well, Shaoshur is good. I didn't love you in vain." The whole family finally gathered together. Seeing the two children return safely and Fengjiu slowly walking towards them from behind. Even though the children didn't say anything, the couple knew that Fengjiu was the reason why the two children were able to return safely. "Master, madam." Fengjiu stepped forward and bowed. "Xiaojiu, thank you for bringing my children back," the beautiful woman said as she stepped forward and shook Fengjiu's hand gratefully. Fengjiu smiled and didn't say much. He only said, "I'll go back to the courtyard to wash up first." All right. Go back and have a good rest," the beautiful woman said as she watched Fengjiu turn and leave. Only then did the couple bring their son and daughter in and ask about what had happened in the past few days. After understanding the whole story, the Xie couple personally went to thank Fengjiu that night. Although they knew that Fengjiu wasn't simple, they didn't expect him to be so complicated. Fengjiu quickly put this matter to the back of his mind because the appointed time with the Treasure Exchange Pavilion was coming. Thus, he went out the next day and went to the Treasure Exchange Pavilion. A top-grade pill attracted people from several nearby cities to compete. On this day, everyone went to the Treasure Exchange Pavilion early in the morning to wait. Although they knew that the owner of the pill would come, they didn't expect that they wouldn't even be able to see that person's face. Chapter 2703. She flipped through the materials in front of her and saw that most of them were only small pieces of information. They were not very complete. After flipping through them, she could not help but frown. The manager of the E-Treasure House saw that Fengjiu had looked through the materials and then tossed them back. It was as if nothing caught his eye. He could not help but exchange glances with the old man beside him. After a pause, he asked, "Ghost Doctor, did you see anything that caught your eye?" "This information is only information that most people know. It is not very detailed and does not match what I want," Fengjiu said plainly. He was not in the mood to continue reading. As if thinking of something, she looked at the manager and the old man. "Is there anyone from the Wu clan among them?" "The Wu clan?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "The Wu clan did not give us any information about the Stairway of Immortality. They only said that they would tell us in detail after meeting the Ghost Doctor." Hearing this, Fengjiu said, "Then let them in. Send the others back first." Thus, the manager went outside and invited Old Master Gua and Gua Xining in. Old Master Gua did not seem very surprised, as if he knew that he would definitely meet the owner of this pill. After entering the room, the grandfather and grandson were surprised to see a man in a red robe and a mask sitting lazily on the chair. They thought that the person who could concoct such a pill would be an old man. They did not expect him to be so young. "This is the Ghost Doctor," the manager said. He left the room for the three of them and then left with the old man. "Please have a seat," Fengjiu said with a trace of coldness in her lazy voice. When they heard that voice, the two of them felt their hearts skip a beat. They felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before. "How much do you know about the Stairway of Immortality?" Fengjiu asked. His gaze fell on Old Master Gua. After the two of them sat down, Old Master Gua looked at Fengjiu and told her about the Stairway of Immortality. In the end, he said, "Although the Stairway of Immortality can only be climbed by immortal emperors, I went up once before. However, I was beaten down before I could reach the gate." He paused and pulled out an item from his sleeve. "Ghost Doctor, we sincerely wish to trade for that pill. This is a map of the route to the Stairway of Immortality. There are also some important points recorded on it. I dare say that other than our Wu clan, only a few hidden clans or a Mount Tai of the three sects would know of this information." Fengjiu took the item and looked at it. Of the map. She closed the map and picked up a small booklet with the words barter written on it. She saw that the items she wanted to barter for were 3 rare and precious spiritual medicines. Seeing this, the corner of her lips curled up. Elder Gua, I like what you picked. Hearing her call him Old Master Gua, surprise flashed across his eyes. He looked at Fengjiu and said, the ghost doctor is an expert in the art of alchemy. I think no treasure can compare to rare and precious spiritual medicines. Coincidentally, I have a few precious spiritual medicines at home. I will trade them with you. Chapter 2704. Therefore, the old man stepped forward to examine the pills for them and let them take a closer look. In the end, both parties exchanged items. It was obvious that Old Master Gua was secretly relieved when he put away the pills. Old Master Gua and Gua Xining were escorted out. They avoided the gazes of the people in front of them and quietly left through the back door. Fengjiu also left after paying the commission. She went to a secluded place and flashed into the space. She took off her mask, changed into her green robes, and walked out of an alley. She didn't go straight back to the Xie mansion. Instead, she found a food stall on a main street and sat down to eat. On another main street, the grandfather and grandson pair strolled slowly, as if they were taking a stroll. Gua Xining saw that his grandfather's expression was slightly relaxed, and he had a smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood. Thus, he asked, "Grandfather, that ghost doctor in red, does she look like Fengjiu?" Old Master Gua paused for a moment, then continued walking. His old voice carried a hint of contemplation. She did look like her, but that person was an alchemist, and an extremely high-level one at that. Fengjiu's abilities are not weak, so how could he be an alchemist? He walked slowly, his eyes looking forward. But that voice sounded similar, but the auras seemed to have changed. That's why I'm thinking, could it be someone related to Fengjiu? Perhaps it's someone from his clan? Hearing this, Gua Xining's eyes flashed. He didn't say anything else. That's right. His strength was already so powerful. How could he still be an alchemist? If that was the case, then it was too unbelievable. As the grandfather and grandson pair walked, they saw Fengjiu sitting at a food stall at a corner. Seeing him, both of them were surprised. "Grandfather, that's Fengjiu." Gua Xining looked at the green figure at the stall and said, "Ha, what a coincidence to meet you here." Old Master Gua stroked his beard and walked up. "Young Master Feng, I didn't expect to see you here." Fengjiu turned around when he heard their voices. Seeing that it was them, he nodded. "We came out for a walk and to eat something. Do you two want to eat too?" "All right." Old Master Gua sat down, and Gua Xining followed suit. To their surprise, Fengjiu stood up as soon as they sat down. "Take your time. I still have something to do, so I'll head back first," she said with a smile. After paying the bill, she ordered some snacks for them and said, "The food from this stall is not bad. Try it." Seeing Fengjiu turn and leave, Grandpa Gua shook his head and laughed. "Is he unwilling to be close to us? I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would be despised by others." Gua Xining didn't say anything. He just picked up the chopsticks and handed it to his grandfather. "Grandfather, try it." Thus, after the two of them ate some food here, they returned to the side courtyard, planning to find a time to pay a visit to the Xie family. After returning to the Xie family, Fengjiu went back to the wing room to study the map carefully. He memorized the route and marked what Old Master Gua said. At noon, Xia Yutong knocked on her door. "Xiao Jiu, Xiao Jiu." She opened the door and looked at him standing outside, asking, "What's the matter?" Chapter 2705. Hearing this, she shook her head. "No, if you want to go, just go." "Well, I'll go and talk to my mother first," he said, then turned and left. Fengjiu came out, stretched his muscles and bones in the yard, and called Silver. The silver wolf in the room rushed out, squatted beside Fengjiu, and looked at him. Let's go to the front." Fengjiu bent down and touched its head, then stepped out. He was going to say goodbye to the beautiful woman. In the front hall, after listening to her son's words, the beautiful woman thought for a while and asked people to refuse the people sent by the Ruan family. "I went to the Ruan family, and my 2 children were almost lost. It's better to stay away from them." The beautiful woman said, but she was unwilling. "It's just that the 3rd miss of the Ruan family acted like that. I can't let her go like this." Ruan harmed her children, but nothing happened. No matter how tolerant she was, she couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Xiaoyan, who was sitting next to her, patted her hand and said, Ruan's temper is like that. Even if we don't deal with her, someone will deal with her in the future. It's not worth getting angry for such a person. What's more, the two children are blessed by God. It's enough for them to come back safely. Hearing this, the beautiful woman looked at the two children sitting below and smiled. Yes, my husband is right. It's enough for Yutong and Xiaoshi to come back safely. Xiao Jiao is here. Xiaoshi, who was sitting below and playing with the spirit beast egg in her hand, saw Fengjiu outside. She was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward. Xiaojiao, why are you here? I'm here for something. As Feng Nine spoke, she looked at the two people in the main seats in the hall and said, Master, madam, I want to say goodbye. As soon as these words came out, several people in the hall were stunned. The first to react was Shai Yutong. What? You're leaving? You have no relatives or friends. Where are you going? Shai Yutong asked in a hurry, obviously not expecting that he came to say goodbye. Xiaojiao, are you leaving now? We just came back and we're already leaving? Please don't go. Wouldn't it be better if he stayed at our house? Xiaoshi said reluctantly. Xiaoyan and his wife knew that he was not an ordinary person and would leave their home sooner or later. It was impossible for him to stay here forever. Therefore, when they heard that he wanted to leave, they were not too surprised. Xiaojiao, you guys just came back. You haven't even had a good rest. Even if you want to leave, you don't have to be in a hurry. She glanced at her son and daughter and continued. Besides, they also hope that you can stay for a few more days. That's right. Little Jiao, we haven't been to many places in the city. Even if you want to leave, you should stay for a few more days before leaving. Xiaoshi said as she pulled on his sleeve. Her eyes were filled with reluctance as she looked at him. Fengjiu thought for a while, then nodded. All right then, I'll stay for 2 more days and leave after that. Then let's go out and play. Let's go to the city to play and find delicious food. Xiaoshi said, looking at her brother. Brother, let's go together. Okay, Shai Yutong said, and the three of them went out, discussing where to play. Chapter 2706. I've been worried about the two children these days. I almost forgot that your birthday is in 2 days. Xiaoyan said and nodded. Well, you can arrange it. On the other side, the 3 people who went out of the mansion were followed by a small silver wolf. At first glance, the majestic Wolf King was really like a puppy, wagging its tail and raising its head, following Fengjiu step by step. Its proud and pleasing appearance attracted some girls and children on the street to look back from time to time. Where are we going? Xiaoshi asked and looked at them. Men rarely go shopping. You have the final say on where to go shopping. Shai Yutong said, looking at Fengjiu. He hesitated and asked, Xiaojiao, where are you going? Will you come back in the future? I have something to do, so I won't come back here. Fengjiu said, walking slowly. Will we see you again in the future? Xiaoshi asked. Shai Yutong glanced at her and said, he won't come back. How can we see him? Of course, we won't see him. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled, but did not speak. I see. Xiaoshi looked at Fengjiu, thought for a moment, and said, even if we can't see each other in the future, I won't forget your Xiaojiao. Thank you, Fengjiu said with a smile. Ah, by the way, it's my mother's birthday in 2 days. Let's buy something for her. And I also want to buy jewelry. I heard that there is a big jewelry store in the city. Let's go and have a look. Okay, Fengjiu said. After they inquired about the location, they went there. After shopping, they went shopping and didn't go back until it was dark. However, as soon as they entered the mansion, they heard from the housekeeper that Madam was looking for them, so they went to the backyard. Mother, why are you looking for us? Xiaoshi ran forward and sat down beside her. The beautiful woman looked at Fengjiu and said, Xiaojiao, Yutong, the 4th Miss of the Ruan clan has sent someone to send an invitation to invite you to her residence tomorrow. Her gaze carried a trace of astonishment as she looked at the two. When did you meet this 4th Miss Ruan? Shai Yutong was stunned when he heard this. Miss Ruan? He looked at Fengjiu and didn't remember for a long time. He asked, do we know each other? Fengjiu's eyes moved slightly. That young girl from the bamboo forest, Ruan Ruyun. Oh, it's her. Shai Yutong suddenly understood and said, however, We have no friendship with her. We have only met her once at most. This fourth Miss Ruan is the direct descendant of the Ruan clan with outstanding strength. It is said that her body's hidden disease was cured somehow, and her talent was found to be excellent. Now she has been cultivated as a talent of the Ruan clan. The beautiful woman glanced at them and said, "These days when you were away, the Ruan clan took care of a lot of things for this fourth miss." She paused for a moment before continuing, "This is the invitation she sent over, and she only invited you. You weren't at home earlier, so I accepted the invitation. You can see for yourselves if you want to go. If you don't want to go, it doesn't matter. I'm going to hold a birthday banquet. You can invite her to our residence then." Chapter 2707. Well, let's invite her to our house. I don't want to go to their house anymore. Sha Yutong said and looked at Fengjiu. "What do you think? Is that okay? It's up to you." She was just a person she had only met once, so she didn't pay much attention to her. If the beautiful woman hadn't mentioned her today, she would have forgotten her existence. "Well, that's it," Sha Yutong said, and then stepped forward to his mother and took out a gift. "Mother, this is the birthday gift I bought for you. I also have, Mother, I bought you jewelry," Xie Shirsi said with a smile, and also gave her something. Hearing this, the beautiful woman laughed happily. "It's not time yet, is it? Are you in a hurry to give me a gift?" She took the gift and put it away. "Mother, don't you open it and see if you like it?" Xie Shirsi asked, but she didn't open it. "No matter what you give me, I like it. I'll see it when I go back to my room," the beautiful woman said with a smile and looked at her daughter. "Didn't you say it was jewelry? You could try it in the mirror when you go back to your room. Then I'll go back to my room with you." Xie Shirsi took her hand and said, "I'll go back first." Fengjiu said and left first. Xie Shirsi stayed to accompany the beautiful woman and help prepare for the birthday banquet. 2 days later, in the morning, it was the birthday banquet of the beautiful woman. Early in the morning, the guests came one after another, and the children of the main family also came at the invitation of Sha Yutong. It could be said that most of the people who came today were teenagers. Even if there were, it was only the madams of each mansion who came with their children. The beautiful woman just wanted to have fun and make the children happy, so she invited some familiar people. In addition to 1 or 2 madams of the outer mansion, there were several people of the main family of the Xie family. According to what their mother said, Sha Yutong and Xie Shirsi took on the task of taking care of the guests today, but Fengjiu was nowhere to be seen. As the guests arrived one after another, the 4th young lady of the Ruan family also came. To Sha Yutong's surprise, the 3rd young lady of the Ruan family also came. Looking at the 3rd young lady of the Ruan family, not only Sha Yutong, but also Xie Shirsi did not give her a good look. "Brother Xie, it's really you." When Ruan Riyun saw Sha Yutong, she couldn't help but step forward happily. She came to him like a familiar person and looked at him with a smile. "Brother Xie, where is that brother?" She looked around, but didn't see the cyan figure. Sha Yutong looked at her in amazement. The mark of fear on the face of the girl who scared him in the bamboo forest was gone. Her whole face was as smooth as jade, and her delicate and outstanding facial features made her look very different. However, there was one thing that was not quite the same. The young girl in the bamboo forest had always felt inferior because of her appearance, but today, Ruan Ruyun had swept away the inferiority between her brows in the past and became radiant. Perhaps this was what made him feel very different. After all, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, it was impossible to believe that a person could change so much in just a few days. "Please come in. Xiao Jiu hasn't come out yet," Sha Yutong said and asked his sister to take them in. Chapter 2708. When the Ruan sisters entered, they couldn't hide the curiosity in their eyes. "Why is everything in your family placed together?" Ruan Riyun looked at the various food and wine placed on the tables in the middle of the garden. She couldn't help but find it strange. Were all banquets like this? Her family didn't seem to be like this. After all, her Ruan family had held 1 or 2 banquets in the past few days, and they had been held for her. "This banquet was held for my mother by me, Big Brother, and Xiao Jiu. Isn't it different from before?" Xie Shirsi said with a smile. "Here, You have to take whatever you want to eat and pour whatever you want to drink. We also have some games to play. Perhaps it was because they had never seen a banquet like this before, but the young girls and youths were very happy. They moved through the garden and chatted. Here, the men and women were not separated. They were all gathered together, so it was much livelier, no matter if it was youths or young girls, because they were more confident in front of the opposite sex. They tried their best to show their most elegant and proper side. Because the Rouen sisters had good looks, and the Rouen family was a large family, they were surrounded when they came. Even Xie was pushed to the side. When Fengjiu came over, he saw the youths in the garden surrounding the two young girls. Their words were full of flattery. Of the two young girls, one was Ruan San, and the other, her eyes flashed slightly. The other was Ruan Si, Ruan Yunru. He hadn't seen her for a few days, but she had changed a lot. She was surrounded in the middle and chatted with others. She was like a fish in water. He didn't go over and only walked to a place with fruits. He took a fruit and leaned on the side to eat while watching. Ruan Yunru, who was chatting with others, found him and walked over in pleasant surprise. "So you were here? I was looking for you." She went forward and saw the youth in front of her was still wearing ordinary green clothes. She thought of the news she had heard, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that he was the chief steward of the Xie Manor, such a young chief steward, and he knew how to treat her face. He also knew about her body. "Big brother Xiao Jio, my face is better. Thank you." She smiled and squinted her eyes to express her thanks. "What big brother Xiao Jio? How can a servant be worthy of you calling a brother? Don't break the rules for no reason." Ruan San walked over and lightly snorted as he swept a glance at Fengjiu. "Since you're here, then have fun." As Fengjiu spoke, he turned around and walked out, not bothering to argue with Ruan San. "Third elder sister, I'll be right back," Ruan Ryun said, and caught up with Fengjiu. Fengjiu went to the kitchen and had someone deliver a few dishes and wine before returning to the courtyard. Ruan Si followed and looked around. When she came to the courtyard, she looked around and asked in surprise, "Brother Xiao Jiu lives here?" This was clearly not a servant's courtyard. "Why are you following me?" Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Yes." She nodded and looked at him to say, "Brother Xiao Jiu, I heard that you are the chief steward here. Our Wan family's clan head said that you are a capable person. It's too much of an injustice for you to be a chief steward in a branch of the Xie family. If you want, you can come to our Wan family. The clan head said that you could be a guest of our Wan family. The treatment will definitely be better than here." Chapter 2709. Ruan Ryun looked at him. She did not know what he meant. Did he agree or not? Thus, she lowered her eyes and played with the corner of her beautiful dress. "Brother Little Gio, I was brought out from the bamboo courtyard. The people in the clan are very good to me now. The clan leader even said that the resources given to me must be the best. Now, the courtyard that I live in often has people coming to see me, talk to me, and even give me gifts. I know, if it wasn't for Brother Xiao Jio, I would still be in the bamboo forest right now." As she spoke, she seemed to remember something. She looked up at Fengjiu and said, "Brother Xiao Jio, my master was killed by the old ancestor. Just 2 nights ago, the old ancestor and the clan leader used some unknown method to kill my master." As she spoke, she lowered her head again. "No one outside knows about this, and no one leaked any information. My master, such a powerful person, died." Fengjiu listened quietly and calmly looked at the young girl in front of him. When she spoke of this matter, her expression would suddenly darken, then sigh in relief, then become melancholy. "Brother Xiao Jio." She had just spoken when Fengjiu interrupted her. "We've only met once, so we can't be considered familiar. You're the 4th young miss of the Ruan family, so don't call me brother." As Fengjiu spoke, he saw a servant girl bring in wine and food from outside the courtyard. He indicated for the servant girl to put down the wine and food and retreat. She poured the wine and took a sip. She did not look at Ruan Ryun and only said, "This is the inner courtyard. You can go back." Hearing this, Ruan Ryun looked at Fengjiu and said, "You're not willing to go to the Ruan family as a guest?" "Not interested," Fengjiu said as he gently swirled the wine cup in his hand. "But this is the first task the clan leader gave me. If I don't do it well, The clan leader will be disappointed. She bit her lower lip and looked at him with a troubled expression. What does that have to do with me? Fengjiu looked at her and asked carelessly. Of course it's your business. It's because of you that I came out of the bamboo forest. Originally, they all ignored me and didn't like me, but now they all like me and treat me very well. This is all because of you. She looked at Fengjiu and said, I don't want to disappoint them. I want them to always like me like this. Hearing this, Fengjiu, who was eating with her chopsticks, paused. She looked at the girl in front of her seriously. She was wearing a beautiful dress made of fine gauze, with tassels hanging around her waist. She was wearing a bracelet on her wrist. It was not an ordinary bracelet, but a spatial bracelet. Further up, there was an exquisite pearl necklace around her neck. The earrings dangling from her earlobes flickered with a mesmerizing light. The veil that covered the girl's face due to her ugliness had long been removed, revealing a jade-like, delicate, and beautiful face. Her facial features were outstanding, and her eyes were innocent and natural. The inferiority between her brows had disappeared. What replaced it was an arrogance that could not be concealed, as well as a sense of superiority that made people dislike her. It had to be said that this girl was the same as the majority of the daughters of influential families. She had a high and mighty attitude. Compared to her inferiority self, she was now more dazzling and looked more like a daughter of an influential family. However, the girl in front of her did not have the kind of thoughts that made her want to help her. She only felt displeasure. Chapter 27:10. It's not that I've changed. It's just that my identity and status are different now. I like this version of me. Everyone in the clan likes this version of me. Ruan Riyun looked at Fengjiu as she spoke. You'll help me, right? You've already helped me before. You can help me again. Fengjiu shook his head. I can't help you, and I don't want to help you. You should leave. She didn't look at her anymore. Instead, she poured wine and drank. She planned to give the beautiful woman a birthday gift after the banquet ended. Then, she prepared to leave. She suddenly took a step forward. No, you can help me. You just have to come with me to the Ruan family. Instead of being a steward of the Xie family, wouldn't it be better to come to our Ruan family? Feng Nine focused on eating and didn't pay any attention to her. The silver wolf, lying in the corner of the courtyard, watched this scene. A trace of viciousness flashed across its eyes. This human had guts. She actually dared to speak to its master like this. If you don't leave, I'll get someone to ask you to leave. At that time, I'm afraid it won't look good for you. Fengjiu said indifferently. He shook his head inwardly. People were fickle and insatiable. Hearing this, Ruan Riyun's expression changed. She was a little agitated and her eyes became angry. She shouted at Fengjiu in a shrill voice. Why won't you help me? You can clearly help me. You should help me. That sudden shrill voice was filled with agitation and anger. Fengjiu was stunned and looked at her in astonishment. It was fine if this person was fickle, but how did her mentality become so twisted and perverted? In just a few days, she could change someone like this? Or could it be that suppressing her inferiority complex in the past was only one side of her, and this was her true personality? Now that she had the protection of her family, and some of the clan leaders treated her differently, the other side of her was gradually being exposed. However, what made her even more dumbfounded was that she stared at her with an inexplicable smile. Suddenly, she reached out and tore her own clothes. The sound of clothes being torn was heard. The high-quality fabric was torn apart just like that. A good new dress was ruined because of this. Ruan Riyun looked at Feng Nine, who was looking at her in astonishment with an inexplicable expression. She chuckled softly. Even if he is the chief steward, he is just a servant. What do you think will happen if he sees you tearing my clothes and trying to do something to me? As she spoke, she loosened her shirt and tore off one of her sleeves, revealing her snow-white skin. She also messed up her coiled hair a little. She looked her up and down and finally smiled with satisfaction. Last time at home, I saw my third sister frame someone she didn't like. That person wasn't willing to listen to her. In the end, both of her legs were broken and she was thrown out of the city. She said innocently while looking at Fengjiu, You're so smart, but you're not willing to be used by me or enter my Ruan family. I can only think of a way. I think when I call for help later, the people in front will definitely run over. You bullied me and took advantage of me. My family won't let you off easily. Brother Xiaojio, don't you think so? Chapter 27:11. What was going on in that brain of hers? She actually thought of using such a despicable scheme to frame her, looking at her tearing her clothes and making it look like she was being bullied and taken advantage of. She really wanted to tell her that she didn't need to tear. She was a woman, and even if she took off her clothes and put the two of them together, she wouldn't be able to take advantage of her. However, seeing her having so much fun, she felt that it was fine. Let's see how she tormented herself. In any case, in the end, she would definitely torment herself to death. The silver wolf that was lying on the side had already sat up, but it was as small as a puppy and had no presence at all. Ruan Ryun didn't take it seriously and naturally didn't see that the silver wolf was sharpening its knife, looking as if it couldn't wait to pounce on her and bite her to death. Seeing that Fengjiu didn't take her seriously, Ruan Ryun gritted her teeth. You really don't agree? You have to know that as long as I call for help, even if the Xie couple wants to protect you, they won't be able to. At that time, you'll fall into the hands of our Wan family. Fengjiu continued eating and ignored her. Seeing this, she took a few steps back, and a trace of determination flashed across her eyes. In the next moment, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Help! Help!" After all, she was a golden core cultivator, so her voice naturally contained spiritual aura and easily spread out. Even the people in the garden could clearly hear the echo of her voice. The people in front were all in harmony, especially because old Master Gua and Guaxining happened to be visiting today, and Xie Yin was receiving them. However, who knew that they would suddenly hear a cry for help? Xie Yin was stunned for a moment and ordered the housekeeper beside him, "Go and see what's going on." In the garden, the beautiful woman and the others were also stunned for a moment when they heard the sound. Someone asked curiously, "Why is there a cry for help?" "It's my fourth sister's voice." Ruan San was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed and ran towards the direction of the sound. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment and quickly ran towards the direction of the cry for help. Xie Shirsi was running with the crowd and almost fell when someone suddenly bumped into her. At this time, a pair of hands reached out to support her. "Be careful." A gentle voice came. She looked up and couldn't help but be happy. "Brother Gua." "Thank you, Brother Gua." She had just heard that they were coming, and she hadn't had time to see him. "Are you all right?" Guaxining asked gently. "I'm fine," Xie Shirsi said with a smile. "Why didn't I see Fengjiu?" he asked. Little Jiu is with the Ruan's 4th Young Mississippi. That cry for help belongs to the Ruan's 4th Young Mississippi. I don't know what happened. Let's quickly go take a look." As she spoke, she didn't even think before pulling him to the rear courtyard. Guaxining was slightly stunned after hearing her words. Feng Nine and Miss Ruan were in the backyard. When Shai Yutong, who was also going to the backyard, heard the cry for help, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "I knew that the people of the Ruan family wouldn't be good." However, when everyone came to the backyard and saw the scene in the backyard, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a long time. Chapter 27:12. When Miss Ruan saw this situation, she couldn't help but gasp. She quickly ran forward to help her up. "Little Four, what's wrong with you?" However, before she could touch her, she screamed and exclaimed, "Brother Xiaojio! Brother Xiaojio!" Don't. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people around suddenly changed, and their eyes fell on a young man in cyan who was eating and drinking indifferently. They knew this young man. His name was Fengjiu, and he was the housekeeper of the house. This man and woman were alone in this courtyard, and Miss Ruan looked like she was being bullied, which made people's imagination run wild. Could it be that this young man in cyan took advantage of Miss Ruan? Thinking about it, it was possible. After all, he was a young man. It was normal if something happened that he couldn't control. However, this girl was not an ordinary person. She was the Ruan family's Miss Ruan. Recently, she was in the limelight. If something happened to her, the Ruan family would not let it go. For a moment, the surrounding people discussed in low voices. When Xie Shirsi, who had squeezed her way forward from the back, heard this, she rushed forward and heavily pushed the Ruan 4th Young Miss. She angrily scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Jiao is not that kind of person. If you talk nonsense again, I'll slap your mouth. Little sure, Shai Yutong stepped forward and pulled her, indicating that she should not be impulsive. With a gloomy face, he stared at Miss Ruan with a stern look. He said word by word, "You can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense. Xiao Jiao is not someone you can slander." Guo Xining, who was standing at the back of the crowd, looked at this scene with slight surprise. He looked at the crying girl and saw that her clothes were torn and she was in a sorry state. Moreover, there was a look of panic on her face. From time to time, she looked at Feng Jiao as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Feng Jiao would take advantage of her? To be honest, he didn't believe it. "What's the matter?" The beautiful woman's voice came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw that she had arrived with a few other women, so they all opened up a path for her. "Mother, that Ruan Si is slandering Xiao Jiao for bullying him." Xia Shirsi quickly ran to her side and said angrily. At this moment, she saw that everyone was crowding around the courtyard, and many pairs of eyes were looking at her from time to time. She put down her chopsticks and called for a maidservant to take the dishes away, leaving only the wine. Then, she looked at the beautiful woman. "I was drinking here, and this fourth Miss Ruan was tearing her clothes and screaming for help." The corners of Feng Jiao's lips curled up, and he explained the situation in a few words. "Nonsense. My fourth sister is a girl. How could she do such a thing to slander you? Clearly, you were the one who wanted to do something to her," Ruan Sin said angrily. She stared at Feng Jiao with her beautiful eyes and said, "You even dare to touch my Ruan family's people. Today, I will dig out your eyes and let you have eyes but fail to recognize people." Hearing this, Feng Jiao raised his eyebrows, and a trace of coldness flashed in his deep eyes. He glanced at Ruan Si with a faint smile and said, "Fourth Miss Ruan, don't cry. Tell me, what did I do to you?" Chapter 27:13. "Fourth Miss Ruan, we're not very familiar with each other. I don't dare to assume that you're calling me brother," Feng Jiao said casually. Looking at her slightly changed expression, he smiled and asked, "I'm curious. How did I scare you?" Seeing that she kept retreating with her head lowered and did not look back, Feng Jiao patted his forehead in realization. "All right, you should be stalling for time now. I think that the person secretly protecting you should have already gone back to report, right? It won't be long before the Ruan family comes knocking." Hearing this, the surrounding people's expressions were indescribable. No one knew what they were thinking. When the beautiful woman saw this, she arranged for everyone to leave first. Clearly, she did not wish for the matter to become too big and ugly. After all, it was the Xie family. The host had already apologized and asked them to leave first, so everyone left first. However, they did not go far. Instead, after exiting the Xie family's main door, they found a place not far from here to sit idly. They felt that today's matter would not be settled so easily. After all, the Ruan family would not let it go so easily. Indeed, not long after, the Ruan family came knocking. However, before they could enter the Xie family's main door, over 10 people walked out. "Father." Ruan San saw that the person who came was her father and could not help but call out happily. Ruan Si, who had been weeping softly with her head lowered, heard the voice and looked up. She could not help but quickly walk forward. "Father." She sobbed softly and threw herself into her father's arms. "All right, it's fine now. Go to the side. Father will seek justice for you," the Ruan family head said in a deep voice. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Feng Jiao to size him up. Then, he looked at the beautiful woman who walked out from behind. "How does Madame Xie plan to give us an explanation?" He did not ask Feng Jiao, but directly asked the mistress of the Xie family. "Ruan family head, there must be a misunderstanding. Xiao Jiao is not that kind of person," the beautiful woman said gently and walked to Feng Jiao's side. "Misunderstanding? Oomph." He snorted heavily. "Could it be that my daughter is slandering you? He's just a servant. My daughter's body is priceless. Would she do something that would ruin her reputation for the sake of slandering a servant?" Xian, who was originally entertaining the old master of the Ruan family, heard that someone from the Ruan family had come and also came out. The CF family head who heard the news also came over. Seeing this scene, the CF family head was slightly startled and asked, "What's going on?" Since the Ruan family head, "Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Your CF family's tea isn't that good. How do you think this matter? How do you think this matter? How do you think a servant should this matter? How? How? How?" 2. Standing. Him. Tea. At this moment, Xie Yin walked out from behind and said, "Family head, he's not a servant of our family. He's our guest." Hearing this, the CF family head glanced at him and then looked at Fengjiu. "This happened because of you. Don't you think you should say something?" Chapter 27:14. She stood up and looked at the Ruan clan head. How does the Ruan clan head intend to deal with this? The Ruan clan head looked at the youth in front of him and recalled what his fourth daughter had told him. It was because of this youth that they realized that their neglected and forgotten daughter had such a physique, and that her strength and talent were higher than those of her age in the clan. This youth saw through things that even they couldn't see through. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and calmed his churning emotions. He looked at Fengjiu and said, "You offended my daughter. First, I'll gouge out your eyes and chop off your hands. Second, from today onwards, you'll become a slave of the Ruan clan." When these words were spoken, although the surrounding people were shocked, they felt that it was reasonable. For a mere foundational cultivator without a silhouette to offend a powerhouse's family, it was normal for him to be killed. After all, the power of a powerhouse was not to be offended. Not to mention gouging out his eyes and chopping off his hands. Even if he was chopped into pieces, nobody would say anything. After all, a weakling was already a weakling. No one would stand up for a weakling. Compared to having his eyes gouged out and hands chopped off, becoming a slave would save his life. However, he would have to be a slave for the rest of his life and be beaten and scolded by them. Old Master Gua, who was standing behind the Xie clan, was stunned when he heard the Ruan clan head's words. Then, he shook his head and laughed. Beside him, Guaxining saw this and asked in a low voice, "Grandfather, what do you think they mean by this?" "I don't know what they mean, but I know that the Ruan clan is out of luck." Old Master Gua also replied in a low voice, "Of all the people the Ruan clan could have offended, why did they have to offend that pervert? Did they really think that ordinary and honest-looking youth in green was a pushover that could be trampled on? They really didn't know why the Ruan clan wanted to offend him." Hearing this, the Xie clan couple looked at each other. Slave? Others didn't know, but they did. Their son had told them how he met the fourth miss of the Ruan clan. From what happened today, the Ruan clan probably had their eyes on Fengjiu. However, they had no idea what kind of person Fengjiu was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing so suddenly. Although they didn't know Fengjiu very well, they knew that the Ruan family didn't have good intentions towards him. They guessed that he wouldn't be merciful to the Ruan family. He was someone who could make a divine beast submit to him, and someone who could make old Master Xie visit him personally. They didn't think that the Ruan family could withstand his anger. Fourth young Mistress Ruan, who was hiding beside the third young Mistress Ruan, listened to her father's words. Her lowered eyelashes trembled slightly, and her body shrunk imperceptibly. She did not dare to raise her head and only kept it lowered. Heat at a soft laugh broke the strange atmosphere. Fengjiu smiled, but there was no smile in her clear eyes. There was only playfulness and coldness. Offend? Speaking of which, how could I forget the word offend? The consequences of offending a strong person isn't something that ordinary people can bear. It's good that you know, Old Master Wan said. He stood with his hands behind his back and stared at Fengjiu. So, do you want to have your eyes gouged out and your hands chopped off? Or become a slave? Chapter 27:15. Seeing that Ruan family head narrowed his eyes and did not speak, Fengjiu chuckled. Suddenly, he flicked his finger and a stream of air hit Ruan Si. She cried out in pain. Following her cry, she opened her mouth slightly and a pill was flicked in her mouth by Fengjiu. What did you give her to eat? Ruan family head glared angrily at Fengjiu. He could not believe that this youth was so daring. He dared to do such a thing here in front of them. Cough, cough. Ruan Si coughed and bent over, trying to spit out the pill she had swallowed. Don't worry, it's not poison. Fengjiu smiled and ignored Ruan family head who was glaring at him. Instead, he looked at Ruan Si and asked, "Fourth Miss Ruan, did I bully you? Take advantage of you?" Hearing Fengjiu's sudden question, the surrounding people were slightly surprised and looked at the two of them. However, what made everyone stunned was Fourth Miss Ruan's reply. No. No? If not, why did she say that he tore her clothes and took advantage of her? Some of the youths who were originally at the Sief family's banquet widened their eyes. Fourth Miss Ruan, who heard her own reply, cried out in surprise. Just as she was about to cover her mouth, a chi blade shot out and sealed her pressure point, making her unable to move. Ruan family head stared at Fourth Miss Ruan and then stared at Fengjiu, asking, "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything. I only gave her a truth pill to make her speak the truth." Fengjiu curled the corners of his lips and spoke unhurriedly. Then, in the midst of the crowd's uproar, he asked, "Fourth Miss Ruan, who tore your clothes? Did anyone bully you or take advantage of you?" "I tore it myself. I tore it myself on purpose. No one bullied me. No one took advantage of me." When Ruan Si heard what she had said, her face turned pale and her body trembled. She wanted to stop it, but she could not. It was as if her body was under her control. She could not help but say the words in her heart. Ruan Si's face turned pale and her body trembled. No, it's not like that. I didn't say that. I only wanted him to join our Ruan clan as a guest, but he wasn't willing. That's why I wanted to force him. No, it's not like that. The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. The crowd went into an uproar. They didn't expect it to be like this. So it turned out that she had written and directed the scene herself. She had slandered Fengjiu just because he had rejected her invitation to the Ruan family as a guest. Thinking back to when the Ruan family head said that he wanted Fengjiu to have fewer slaves in the Ruan family, everyone's hearts were slightly moved. An ordinary young man would not make them put in so much effort. Could it be that there was something unusual about this young man? For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on the young man again. He casually took out a truth pill. They had never heard of this pill here. However, the effect was obviously very good. As soon as she ate the pill, Fourth Miss Ruan herself spoke the truth. For some large families, such a pill was really good. "Oomph. You're really shameless. Xiao Jiu is such a good person. He even helped you and cured your hidden disease. You actually harmed him with such bad intentions." Xie Shirsi ran forward angrily. If Shai Yutong hadn't held her back, she would have rushed over and hit her. Chapter 27:16. That's right. He cured her unmentionable illness. How could she frame him like this? I heard that she had been quarantined before and was only recently brought out. Even so, she can't frame her benefactor like this. I really couldn't tell. How could such a pretty girl have such bad intentions? The voices of the surrounding people continued to speak, and the Ruan family members only felt embarrassed. Fengjiu's sealing of her acupuncture points did not last long. Ruan Si's legs went soft, and she fell to the ground. Her pale face was filled with panic and fear as she looked at the Ruan family's old master, who had arrived at some point in time and was quietly watching from the side. "Men, send Third Miss and Fourth Miss home first," the Ruan family head ordered in a deep voice. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at Fengjiu. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and looked to the side. Seeing that his father had also arrived, he could not help but be startled. "Father? Why have you come?" Everyone looked at the Ruan family's old master and saw him walk out with his hands behind his back. His eyes swept over Ruan Si, who had fallen to the ground, and he frowned. He said to the men of the Ruan family, "What are you standing there for? Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Bring her back." The originally pale Ruan Si was terrified by the old master's words. She fiercely waved her hand and pushed away those who wanted to help her. She looked at her eldest brother, who had followed the old master, and had a complicated expression. She cried and begged, eldest brother, save me. Save me. Help me plead. I won't go back. I can't go back." The Ruan family's eldest young master looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "Fourth sister, go back with them first. It's fine." He did not know why his obedient and kind fourth sister had become like this in just a few days. Could it be that she had gone from being neglected to being treasured? Was that why she had become so unfamiliar? However, when Ruansi heard his words, she shook her head in fear. No, no, eldest brother, I can't go back. I didn't do a good job and embarrassed the family. They won't let me go. Men, drag her back. What nonsense are you spouting? The Ruan family's old master's expression was gloomy and ugly. He ordered people to drag her away. No, no, I don't want to. She cried helplessly and helplessly. She looked at her family members, her grandfather, her father, her brother, and her sister. They were all looking at her with disgust and disgust. No one could save her. No one could save her. Suddenly, she stopped crying and crawled towards Fengjiu. Brother Xiaojio, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to frame you, but I had no choice. I had no choice, Brother Xiaojio. Save me, save me. Grandfather wants to use me as a cultivation vessel for the family's elite disciples to cultivate. They want to lock me up. I'm scared. I'm scared of Brother Xiaojio. Hearing this, Fengjiu's heart skipped a beat. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Her brows furrowed and her eyes grew colder. Because of the truth pill, she knew that what Ruansi was saying was the truth. A cultivation vessel? Because of her natural cultivation vessel constitution, her family wanted to lock her up and use her as a cultivation vessel until the last drop of essence blood was squeezed from her body. Chapter 27:17. What nonsense are you spouting? Old Master Ruan's face was gloomy, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at Ruansi. His deep voice was old, but full of energy. A powerful coercion accompanied the voice and attacked Ruansi. It seemed that he intended to use the coercion's powerful force to injure her so that she could no longer speak nonsense. However, Fengjiu only glanced indifferently at old Master Ruan. She reached out and gently waved her hand, easily dispersing the pressure that attacked her. Her clear eyes were filled with mockery as she looked at old Master Ruan. Her clear voice was cold as she said, "What? Are you angry out of humiliation, or do you want to silence me?" When old Master Ruan saw that the pressure was dispelled by the youth, his old face sank. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. "Boy, it's best if you don't meddle in other people's business. This is our Ruan family's business." His voice paused. His sharp gaze stared at his granddaughter, who was hugging the youth's leg and hiding beside him. A cold light flashed through his eyes. "As a disciple of the Ruan family, you should be killed for ruining the family's reputation." When old Master Ruan heard Ruansi's words, his eyes flashed and his expression was stunned. It was as if he did not expect her to know about this matter. Actually, his father had told him about this matter. Ruansi was a woman and had that kind of constitution. If she was used as a cultivation vessel for the elite disciples of the family to cultivate, then their Ruan family would be like the sun in the sky. From his point of view, his daughter was only used for marriage alliances. In the future, she would be married into another family. The greatest use of a daughter was to become in-laws with a large family. Even the 3 women who grew up by his side could only be reduced to tools for marriage alliances in the future, not to mention the 4th daughter who had been raised in the bamboo forest all this time and had little contact with her. Thus, when his father mentioned this matter, they had already made a decision after analyzing the benefits. However, he did not expect her to know of their plan and say it in front of so many people. For a moment, seeing the disbelieving gazes of his son and daughter, he felt somewhat angry. As a woman with that kind of constitution, being able to contribute to the family was already enough to display her greatest value. Sacrificing her in exchange for their Ruan family having as many strong people as trees in the forest, what was wrong with that? "Men, bring forth young Miss back," he said in a gloomy voice, making up his mind. Father, is 4th young Miss speaking the truth?" Young Master Ruan was extremely shocked. Even his voice was trembling. He could never have imagined that things would turn out like this. He thought that it was the family's attention and flattery that caused 4th sister to change, but he didn't expect that the person who forced 4th sister to be like this was their father, their grandfather. "Don't listen to her nonsense. I think she's delirious. The Ruan family head said in a deep voice without any change in his expression. When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked. They looked at the people from the Ruan clan in disbelief. Someone said, "That young man just gave the Ruan fourth miss a truth pill. She shouldn't be lying." If. Chapter 27:18. Then it's not strange. That kind of constitution is hard to come by in 100 years. Anyone would go crazy for it. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding people, the faces of the Ruan clan's patriarch and patriarch became increasingly ugly. Seeing that the Ruan clan guards were still standing there in a daze, they couldn't help but angrily shout, "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear that I told you to bring her back?" The Ruan clan members came back to their senses and quickly went forward. When the surrounding people saw this, they didn't say anything. After all, this was their clan's matter. It wasn't up to outsiders like them to interfere. Even if the Ruan clan's fourth young miss was really locked up and turned into a cultivation vessel, it had nothing to do with them. No, I don't want to go back, don't. Ruan C. muttered in despair. His tears blurred his vision. He was desperate and helpless. At this moment, when Xie Yin and his wife thought that Fengjiu wouldn't save the Ruan clan's fourth young miss, they saw Fengjiu's clear eyes sweep over and coldly shout, "Stop!" Perhaps it was that cold shout that caused those people to involuntarily stop in their tracks. They didn't continue forward. The Ruan clan's patriarch stared at Fengjiu and asked in a deep voice, "What? Do you still want to interfere with our Ruan clan's matters?" The corner of Fengjiu's lips curled up slightly. Looking at the Ruan clan's patriarch, he said, "Ruan clan's patriarch, people of noble status often forget things. Could it be that you've forgotten that she just slandered me and you want to take her away, just like that? Hee, you're thinking too simply. A mere foundation establishment cultivator. Even if I kill you, it's not too much. She only slandered you. What can you do about it?" The Ruan clan's patriarch coldly snorted, not putting Fengjiu in his eyes. "Is that so?" She chuckled and stared at the Ruan clan's patriarch. Suddenly, she called out, "Silver, move your muscles." Just as everyone was startled by her words, they heard a wolf's howl. A wolf. A deafening wolf's howl suddenly rang out. That sound soared into the sky, powerful and full of energy reverberating in the sky. When the people below heard the wolf's howl, they all cried out in alarm. They covered their ears with their hands and squatted down, looking around in horror. But when everyone saw the silver-white puppy, which was sitting not far behind Fengjiu, suddenly stand up and reveal its true form with a flash of light, they were all scared out of their wits. Heavens! It's a wolf. It's a wolf king wolf. Hiss! It's a divine beast level. When they saw the originally unremarkable puppy suddenly turn into a meter-tall silver wolf, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. They watched in disbelief as it revealed a ferocious expression and pounced towards the patriarch of the Ruan clan. The Ruan clan's patriarch was still wondering what the silver Fengjiu spoke of was when he saw the wolf pounce over. In an instant, he felt his entire body being covered by a huge thing. The pressure of a divine beast and its bloodthirsty aura made him forget to dodge. He could only watch in horror as the silver wolf bit down. "Get out of the way!" The Ruan clan's patriarch shouted. Before the silver wolf could bite the Ruan clan's patriarch, he reached out and pulled him back quickly, avoiding the silver wolf's attack. The sudden attack shocked the Ruan clan, especially Ruan C. He stared blankly, forgetting to cry. She never thought that Fengjiu would be willing to help her. In an instant, hope rose in her heart. Chapter 27:19. Fengjiu raised her hand and gestured for the silver wolf to step aside. She walked forward and looked at them. Her clear voice was cold as she said, "Someone who can cripple all of you." As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful pressure burst out from her body. The aura of an immortal emperor was fully displayed. Just as the father and son of the Ruan clan were shocked by her strength, a green figure flashed in front of them, and the Ruan clan head screamed. Ah! That blood-curdling scream pierced through the sky, causing everyone's heart to involuntarily shrink. Their hearts tightened. That green-robed youth's speed was too fast. They didn't even see how he did it. They only knew that when that blood-curdling scream rang out, he was standing beside the Ruan family head, and one of the Ruan family head's hands was twisted behind his back. What shocked them the most was that with just a glance, the Ruan family head's cultivation was actually crippled. The aura of spirit force leaked out from his body. His spirit force was flowing out, and his meridians were destroyed. It made him look as if he had aged 10 years. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't resist. When all of his spirit force was exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. Patriarch Gua and Gua Xining, who were standing among the Xie clan, were shocked when they saw this. This scene was too sudden, but it also seemed so natural. They even thought about the situation in their clan. If Patriarch Li hadn't arrived, even if he didn't kill the Li clan head, he would have been crippled. They knew that Feng Jiu was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be a peak immortal emperor. After offending such a figure and provoking him with such words, it was not surprising that the Ruan family head ended up with his meridians broken and his cultivation crippled. However, they were still unable to calm down after witnessing this scene. Witnessing the family head of a large family being beaten down from a high and mighty expert to a mere mortal, and witnessing a powerhouse being turned into a cripple in an instant. This was Feng Jiu's method. This was Feng Jiu's strength. It was terrifying and awe-inspiring. The eldest son of the Ruan clan, Ruan San and Ruan Si, were stunned. Their father was crippled just like that. This was clearly impossible, but it happened right in front of them. Even if they didn't dare to believe it, they had no choice but to believe it was real. Compared to them, the Xie clan head was the most dumbfounded. As the Xie clan head, he didn't usually notice Feng Jiu when Xie Yin was there. How could such an inconspicuous young man be a peak immortal emperor? Thinking about how such an inconspicuous young man was stronger than him, he couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the one who offended him wasn't him, but the Ruan clan. How dare you? The old master of the Ruan family was so angry that his whole body trembled. Seeing his son, the head of the Ruan family, become a cripple like this, the anger in his body burned. The spiritual qi in his body also exploded, forming a powerful airflow that could be seen with the naked eye. Chapter 2720. When two experts fought, one move was all it took to determine the victor. One was the old master of the Ruan clan, and the other was a young man in green. When the two of them exchanged blows, the airflow in the surrounding air also condensed, and a powerful pressure pressed down, causing those who retreated to feel a sense of suffocation. Too impulsive. Old Master Gua, who was watching from the side, shook his head and sighed softly. "Grandfather, are you referring to Feng Jiu, or the old master of the Ruan clan?" Gua Xining asked. "Haha, Feng Jiu is at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. With his strength, he can definitely kill his opponent instantly. If I'm talking about impulsive, I'm naturally referring to the old master of the Ruan clan." As old Master Gua spoke, he stroked his beard and said, his son was instantly crippled. This shows how strong Feng Jiu is. His movements are extremely fast and impossible to guard against. He has already lost one person, and this person is the patriarch of the Ruan clan. If he calmed down, he should know that he can't fight Feng Jiu, but he still attacked. Old Master Gua watched as the air currents from the two collided. With a loud bang, the old master of the Ruan clan was sent flying by Feng Jiu's powerful air current. Along with his own air current, he flew dozens of meters and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Old master, grandfather!" The Ruan clan members cried out in alarm and quickly ran forward to help him up. They looked at the approaching young man in green in fear, afraid that he would attack again. The two strongest people in the Ruan clan, one was crippled and the other was severely injured. This young man, was he going to destroy the Ruan clan? The surroundings were silent. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the young man in green in shock. This young man was too strong, wasn't he? The two strongest men of the Ruan clan had been so easily defeated by him. The Ruan clan was in trouble this time. Even if the young man in green didn't kill the two of them, the Ruan clan would probably be reduced from a large clan to a small one. After all, The strength of a clan depended on the strong people in the clan. Now that the two strongest people in the Ruan clan were in such a state, they naturally couldn't compete with the other clans. The Ruan family was destined to go downhill. Fengjiu looked at the pale-faced old Master Ruan, who was being helped up by several Ruan family members. Her clear and cold voice came out of her mouth unhurriedly. Strength decides everything. Even if I kill you here today, no one will dare to say anything. Am I right? Old Master Ruan's lips moved slightly. He stared at Fengjiu, his heart in his throat. Fengjiu slowly walked forward step by step until he was in front of him. He looked down at him condescendingly. You tell me, am I going to kill you or cripple you? Hearing this, Patriarch Ruan's heart trembled, but he wasn't willing to beg for mercy. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, Winner takes all. If you want to kill me, do as you please. Hearing this, Fengjiu's lips curled up. Old man, you're vicious and sinister. Today, I've crippled your Ruan clan's patriarch. Naturally, I can't keep you alive. When Fengjiu said this, eldest young Master Ruan couldn't help but beg. I beg you to let my grandfather go. My father's cultivation has already been crippled by you. If even my grandfather is crippled, then our Ruan clan. What does your Ruan clan have to do with me? Fengjiu sneered. He gathered a wisp of spiritual energy in his palm and prepared to attack. Chapter 27-21. Yes, Dai. This old man will drag you down with me. Old Master Ruan fiercely charged forward. His spiritual energy surged as if he wanted to perish together with Fengjiu. However, just as he leapt towards Fengjiu, Fengjiu's hand was already clasped around his hand. Her other hand covered his head, dispersing his cultivation and crippling his meridians. After all, he was an old man. When he had his strength, he seemed to be full of energy. However, when his spiritual energy was crippled, his entire person aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face that was 50 or 60 years old became 70 or 80 years old. His waist bent and his body became thinner. His legs trembled. Only when Fengjiu withdrew her hand did he tremble and fall to the ground. When the Ruan family saw this scene, they didn't know what to say. They stared blankly, shocked and in disbelief. Compared to killing you, I think crippling your cultivation will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Fengjiu's voice faintly sounded. She looked at the two people on the ground and slightly curled her lips. She slowly turned and walked towards the beautiful woman. Madam, I have to go. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. She spoke slowly and took out a box from her space. She handed it to the beautiful woman. This is a beauty pill that I refined. It's for Madam's birthday. As long as you take this pill, it will ensure that Madam's youthful appearance will never change. Hearing this, the beautiful woman was surprised and happy. She walked forward and reached out to take it. She opened it and carefully put it away. Thank you. Fengjiu glanced at the CS siblings, who were reluctant to part with them. She smiled and took out another bottle. This bottle is for the two of them. Madam, please keep it for me. When the beautiful woman heard this, she looked at Fengjiu and nodded. Okay. She looked at her children and signaled for them to come forward and thank her. Xiaojiu. Xie Shirsi was a little sad. After spending so much time together, she couldn't bear for him to leave. I thought I would become very strong, Shai Yutong said, looking at Fengjiu and saying seriously, I will definitely become very strong. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded and patted their shoulders. Work hard in your cultivation and take care of yourselves. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the feather from her waist and threw it out. As the feather grew bigger, she looked at the silver wolf. The silver wolf seemed to have sensed something. It shrunk from its huge size to the size of a puppy and jumped into her arms. Following the tip of her foot, she leaped onto the feather. Ruanxi looked at her with pleading eyes. If he didn't take her with him, it would be difficult for her to escape death. Come up. Fengjiu looked at her and called out. Yes, big brother Xiaojiu. Ruanxi responded happily. She broke away from her third sister's hand and quickly ran to Fengjiu. She jumped onto the flying magic tool, but she didn't dare to sit down. She just stood quietly beside Fengjiu. Everyone goodbye. She looked at the people of the Xie family and the two people of the Guo family below. Only then did she leave with the man and beast. Seeing them gradually disappear into the sky, everyone stared blankly. It took a long time for them to recover. They couldn't believe that things would end like this. Chapter 27-22. On the other side, Fengjiu brought Ruanxi to a deserted path and stopped. She said to Ruanxi, "Let's go down." Ruanxi was startled and could not help but panic. "Brother Xiaojiu, bringing you out of that place is also saving your life. If I didn't give you a few pointers back then, perhaps you wouldn't be in such trouble today. I saved you today because I sympathize with you. However, I won't keep people I don't like by my side. Bringing you here is already the most benevolent thing I can do." She sat on the flying feather and said indifferently. She raised her hand and sent Ruanxi to the ground. She looked at the panicked Ruanxi and said, "After experiencing all these things, I think your temperament has changed. I think that even if you are alone, you can still live well after leaving those people. Brother Xiaojiu, I have never left home, much less traveled far. Now that I have no relatives, where can I go?" She could not help but panic. She did not know where else she could go. Fengjiu took out some wine and took a sip. She looked at her leisurely and said, "Going to a sect to become a disciple may be your best way out." As she said this, she took another sip of wine. "Brother Xiaojiu, why don't you let me follow you? I am willing to be your human cauldron alone." Cough, cough. Fengjiu was caught off guard and choked on her wine. She coughed lightly and calmed her breathing. She glanced at Ruanxi. "Thank you very much, but I don't need it." Being her human cauldron? What use would a woman have for her? She frowned and looked at Ruanxi, who had her head lowered. "If you want to live well, hide your special body constitution well. Don't let anyone know. Otherwise, even if you enter a sect, you will be eaten alive if you are not careful." As she finished speaking, her gaze swept past the space bracelet on Ruanxi's wrist. She thought to herself, she must have kept all the things that those people gave her. After all, she knew that her clansmen wanted to do something to her. Naturally, she would not let those things leave her body. "Take care of yourself." She retracted her gaze and sat on flying feather as they headed in another direction. A few days later, in a forest, Fengjiu, dressed in red, was resting on a tree branch. His sleeves hung in the air and swayed gently with the breeze. In the forest, the silver wolf brought back the prey it had caught and placed it under a tree. Only then did it call out to its master on the tree, "Master, the meat is here, and the branches are ready." It was a majestic mythological beast, a dignified wolf king. Following by its master's side, it was only useful for hunting prey and picking up branches. Yet it couldn't say anything. Fengjiu, who was on the tree, opened his eyes and rolled down from the sky. His red robes fluttered in the wind, and leaves swirled in the air. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he turned and landed on his toes first, standing firmly on the ground. She reached out to stroke the wolf's head and said with a smile, "Well done." She carried the prey to the water source, and after a simple treatment, she took it back and roasted it. As the fire burned, crackling sounds could be heard from the branches. Chapter 27-23. If anyone saw this, they would definitely be astonished. The ferocious beasts in the forest were all standing there and watching, but they did not dare to take a step forward. One of the golden monkeys that had jumped onto the tree even held a few fruits in one hand and swung the tree vines forward. It threw the fruits in front of its chest to Fengjiu, then jumped onto the tree and looked at her with blinking eyes. Seeing the fruit that was suddenly thrown down, Fengjiu was startled. She glanced at the monkey and picked up the fruit again. After wiping it clean, she took a bite. The sweet and crispy taste in her mouth made her squint her eyes. She said to the monkey, "Thank you." "Gigi, Gigi." The monkey seemed to be very happy. It gestured with its hands in front of its body. Not long after, it jumped onto the tree branch and swung away. Not long after, it came back with the fruit and gave it to Fengjiu. "Eh, and it's a different breed? Are there fruit trees here?" Fengjiu said in surprise. She looked at the golden monkey that was squatting at the side. It seemed that the monkey was not afraid of her. It did not leave after giving the fruit, but squatted and looked at her. The silver wolf glanced at the monkey, then said to Fengjiu, "Master, there's a cliff about 500 meters away from here. There are some wild fruits growing halfway up the cliff. This monkey should have gone there to pick them." "Oh." Fengjiu nodded and placed the fruit in front of her. She said, "These fruits are quite delicious." She said to the monkey, "Go and pick some more. I'll reward you with a pill." When a monkey heard this, it squeaked and ran off not long after. It jumped on the tree branch and squeaked. Gradually, it seemed that there were more monkeys in the forest. Fengjiu smiled. She took out some spices and sprinkled them on the roasted meat. She used a small knife to cut a piece to taste, and then cut another piece for Lang Lang. When she was eating the roasted meat, the golden monkey came back. What was different was that this time, it was followed by dozens of monkeys. Each of them was holding fresh fruits in their arms. Fengjiu was a little surprised to see the monkeys line up and put down the fresh fruits. They walked past her in an orderly manner and jumped onto the tree to squat. Finally, a few stronger monkeys carried a large vat and put it down in front of her. The golden monkey jumped up and down while squeaking. It pointed at the large vat and then looked at Fengjiu expectantly. Looking at this scene, her heart skipped a beat. This couldn't be. She stood up and opened the lid of the large vat. She smelled a rich wine fragrance drifting out. Smelling the rich wine fragrance, she couldn't help but take a deep breath, inhaling the wine fragrance in her body. What a fragrant monkey wine! Her eyes shone with surprise, and a smile bloomed on her face. She took out a small wine cup from her space and scooped up a cup to taste it slowly. The rich spiritual power in her mouth, accompanied by the extremely mellow wine fragrance, spread on the tip of her tongue. As she swallowed that mouthful of wine, a burning sensation ignited in her body. As expected of the best quality monkey wine, she chuckled and looked at the golden monkey. She said, "I originally only wanted to give you an ordinary pill, but since you brought such a good monkey wine, I naturally have to give you a decent return gift." Chapter 27-24. It was a brown pill the size of a thumb. Seeing this, the monkey quickly took it and stuffed it into its mouth as if it was afraid it would be snatched away. Fengjiu just chuckled and waved his hand, collecting the monkey wine into his space. The wine brewed by monkeys was a good thing that couldn't be bought outside. This big jar of monkey wine couldn't be brewed without many years. Grandfather liked wine, so if he saw this monkey wine, he would be very happy. After the monkey got the pill and swallowed it, it quickly left, as if it was going back to its cave. The group of little monkeys also disappeared behind it. After eating in the forest, the woman and the beast got up and left. As the two of them walked forward, the ferocious beasts in front of them naturally made way for them. She walked to the cliff 500 meters away and looked down. She saw that the bottom of the cliff was filled with smoke, and she could vaguely see the endless lush forest. In the place she wanted to go, she obviously had to pass through here. Thus, she called out her flying sword and had the silver wolf shrink and go down with her. However, when she gradually descended and passed through the smoke, she faintly felt a strong restrictive force. She suddenly lost control of her spiritual power, as if it suddenly disappeared. She lost her balance and fell down. "Damn it," she cursed in a low voice. In the smoke, there were monkeys running up and down the mountainside, squeaking. A vine was thrown down by the monkey. She immediately reached out and grabbed it to stabilize her falling body. Looking back, she saw the silver wolf jump on a stone protruding from the mountainside. After a few leaps, it landed about 50 meters away from her and looked up at her. Squeak, squeak. The monkey squeaked and squatted on a big stone protruding from the mountainside, looking at Fengjiu. Fengjiu glanced at them and smiled. "Thanks." She let go of her hand and her body slid down. Her feet kicked on the side, borrowing the force to descend. About half an hour later, she reached the bottom of the cliff from the mountainside. The silver wolf jumped down and stopped at her feet. "Master, are you okay?" "I'm fine. It's just that my spiritual energy seems to have been blocked," she said with a frown. The map didn't indicate that there was a restriction here. Although she had come down, she couldn't seem to use her spiritual power. She didn't know if it was only in this area or if it was the same inside. Let's go. As she spoke, she patted her robe and strode into the forest. Perhaps it was because there wasn't much sunlight here, but the forest was filled with a chilly air. Weeds grew everywhere, and she had to push aside the weeds that were about half a meter tall as she walked, making a path for herself. A small green snake coiled on a tree branch spat out its tongue. Its pair of ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes stared at Fengjiu. Suddenly, it leaped out and bit her neck. Fengjiu narrowed her eyes. She didn't know when a long sword appeared in her hand. With a wave of her sword, she chopped the snake into several pieces. Seeing that the snake's head was still twisting, she stabbed her sword into the ground, nailing the snake's head to the ground. Glancing at the snake, she looked at the endless forest and said to the silver wolf, "Go into the space." Before the silver wolf could respond, she had already taken it into the space. Chapter 27-25. Tunyin was lying in a corner. Seeing that the silver wolf that had just entered had yet to form a contract with its master, it stared at it for a while, causing the silver wolf to shiver. It thought that its master only had one contracted beast, but where did all these strange animals of various sizes come from? Why were they all at the level of sacred beasts? Even a sacred beast like it had no choice but to obediently lower its head and restrain its ferociousness. It was shocked by the natural heaven and earth here, as well as the unique and pure spiritual aura. It greedily inhaled the air here, not daring to get too close to those few animals. It only obediently walked to a corner and lay down. He, the newcomer, "No, you're not Master's contracted beast yet." Lao Bai grinned, his eyes staring at the silver wolf. Wagging his tail, he walked forward step by step until he was in front of it. "Hey, get up, let's have a contest." Lao Bai used his hoof to nudge the silver wolf, indicating for it to stand up. "No, you're a sacred beast. I can't beat you." The silver wolf said very cowardly as it shrank back. Why did it feel that it was more dangerous inside than outside? "My battle strength is not strong," Lao Bai said very modestly, but his grin revealed a mouthful of white teeth, causing the silver wolf's body to tremble. Fengjiu, who was outside, did not know what they were doing inside. At this moment, she was crossing the weeds that were half the height of a person. After leaving that place, the restriction on her seemed to have disappeared, and the spiritual aura in her body had recovered. And in front of her, what appeared was not a forest of weeds, but a messy forest of towering trees. What was strange was that the leaves of these trees were all red, and there were sharp thorns on the tree trunks. As far as the eye could see, there was no end, only a stretch of red. She had just walked through the forest of weeds, so she knew a little about it. She couldn't see the end of the forest, but it was possible that there was a cloud of smoke behind the mangrove forest that blocked her vision. After all, when she looked forward through the weeds, she could only see weeds and trees, but not this strange mangrove forest. She stood there without moving and did not take another step forward because she had a feeling that as long as she took a step forward, there might be some changes. After all, this place gave her a very strange feeling, especially the sharp thorns on the old tree, which made her feel that this place was potentially dangerous. After staring ahead for a while, she took out the map and looked at it again. In the corner of this strange mangrove forest, she saw a small mark. "Man-eating forest?" She murmured softly, feeling a little faint. Why was it called the man-eating forest? Could it be that there were ferocious beasts in this forest? Or her expression changed slightly, and her gaze fell on the blood-red leaves in the forest, as well as the sharp thorns on the tree trunks. It seemed that she had to go in to find out why it was called the man-eating forest. She collected her thoughts and put away the map, then walked forward. After walking 10 meters in, the surroundings were still quiet, and only the soft rustling of the leaves could be heard. Chapter 27-26. The dancing branches were like the claws of a ghost as they tried to grab her. At the same time, a large opening opened up on the tree. It looked like the mouth of the tree, and there were even sharp teeth inside. Wu got a ghost-like howl spread through the forest. The waving branches tried to send her into the mouths that were dripping with blood and juice. When Fengjiu saw this, she brandished her azure-edged sword and slashed down. The branch that was reaching over was cut off and fell to the ground with a swoosh. However, the branch that was cut off grew a new bud and suddenly shot out to attack. There were too many branches that came out from the surroundings, and they were too fast. She was unable to react in time, and one of her legs was entangled. She was hung upside down in the air, and the branches below were still reaching towards her. Seeing that the branches would regrow after being chopped off by the long sword, the spiritual energy in her body surged. Her finger brushed across the Qing Feng sword, and with a whoosh, a flame abruptly sprang out and pervaded the longsword. As she swung the longsword, the flame burned, and the branches that were cut off finally stopped regrowing. The branches that were entangled around her legs wanted to throw her into the gaping mouth. She immediately cut off the branches that were entangled around her legs. At the same time, she raised her hand, and a flame attacked the gaping mouth below her. Whoosh! Bang! Only the sound of flames could be heard, followed by a loud bang. The flames had burned the bloody wound into a charred black. The smell of burnt flesh permeated the air, accompanied by a foul stench. Woo! Ayo! As if it was screaming, the big tree gradually withered. The dancing branches all drooped down as if they had lost their life force. After finding the Achilles heel of these trees, Fengjiu had an easier time dealing with them. In less than an hour, the trees all closed their mouths. The dancing branches also stretched back, not daring to touch her. Fengjiu glanced at it and put away the sword in her hand. She flicked her robe and brushed away the red leaves on her shoulder. Only then did she walk forward. With every step she took, the branches in front of her automatically retracted, making a path for her. It seemed that the roots of the trees could not be moved, otherwise they would have to pull up the roots and hide to the side. In a mangrove forest, the red leaves fluttered in the wind and fell slowly. On the path created by the big tree, the red figure walked slowly as if he was stepping on the wind. His clothes fluttered and his black hair fluttered. He looked like an immortal from a painting that had fallen into the mortal world. Just his back view, which seemed to have merged with the surroundings, was already as beautiful as a painting. However, with the arrival of evening, the cold Qi inside became more and more intense. On the ground that was covered with red leaves, wisps of ghosts suddenly floated and condensed. They followed Fengjiu just like that, wanting to get closer but unable to do so. Fengjiu, who was originally walking slowly, seemed to have sensed something. She stopped and looked back. At the same time, the wisps of ghosts quickly hid. Looking at the cold Qi that permeated the quiet forest, her eyes flashed, and she said coldly, "It's best that you don't follow me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 27:27. She continued to walk forward. As night fell, she still hadn't walked out of the mangrove forest. Thus, she found a place to sit down, lit a fire, and rested. In the deep and cold mangrove forest, it was silent. Only a cluster of flames danced in the forest. Fengjiu, who was sitting beside the fire, was dressed in red. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell that someone was sitting there. A group of people was walking in the forest. They could vaguely see the flames dancing in the forest. The leader paused and said to the people behind him, "There seems to be a fire over there. Could it be that someone is sleeping in the forest at night? Who would dare to sleep in here? They're really not afraid of death." A man behind said as he looked in the direction of the fire, "We've been walking around in this forest for a few days and haven't been able to get out. How about this? Let's see who's in front of us and see if the other group knows how to leave this forest." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the people behind thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, the group of people walked in that direction. The surrounding leaves automatically avoided them when they touched them. Clearly, this group of people had also taught them a lesson. Fengjiu was drinking monkey wine under a tree when she heard footsteps coming in her direction. She narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Not long after, she saw more than 20 torches moving in the forest. At first glance, the dancing flames really looked like Willow, the wisps in the night. Those people looked like that to her, but how could she not look like that to those people? When they walked towards the flames, they saw the flames burning on the ground from afar. When they looked again, they only saw a human head staring at them. In the middle of the night, when the head suddenly looked at them like that, it scared the two men who ran in front and wanted to see what was going on. They instinctively put up a defensive posture and shouted at the same time. "What the hell?" Fengjiu was startled. She glanced at those people with a strange expression. Then, she looked down at her red clothes and chuckled. "I'm not a ghost." Hearing the laughter, the two men still felt their hair stand on end. Only when they focused their eyes did they see that it was a young man wearing a red robe. The previous blurry image became clear at this moment, allowing them to put down their worries. "I thought it was some kind of ghost. It gave me a fright. Why did I only see a head staring at us? What the hell?" One of the men muttered. As they walked closer, a pair of eyes sized up Fengjiu. "Don't be presumptuous." The middle-aged man in the lead shouted with a sullen face. He glanced at the man, who still wanted to say something. Only then did the man shut his mouth and retreat to the back. The middle-aged man looked at the young man in red and hid the surprise in his eyes. He cupped his hands and said, "Sir, please don't take offense. My brother means no harm." Fengjiu smiled and looked at the middle-aged man who spoke. "It's fine." She continued to drink the monkey wine and carefully tasted it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man asked, "Sir, are you alone? Would it be possible for us to join you?" Chapter 27-28. "I'm just one person, but you're a whole team. Why do you need to accompany me?" Her voice carried a hint of a smile as she spoke unhurriedly. When the middle-aged man heard this, he smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, we've been trapped here for a few days and haven't been able to get out of this forest. Seeing that you're here, we wanted to invite you to lead us out of this forest." He didn't hide anything and directly told them his plan. In his opinion, this young man dared to come here alone at such a young age. It was obvious that he was extraordinary. Moreover, their entire team was trapped here, but he was alone. It was obvious that he had a card up his sleeve. Those who could come to this place were definitely not ordinary people. Even if the young man in front of him didn't look very strong, he didn't dare to be careless and offend him. "So it's like this." Fengjiu supported her chin with one hand and stared at them for a while, then slowly said, "I can't lead you out of this forest, but no matter what, there should be some benefits, right?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. They had never met someone like this young man, asking for benefits as soon as he opened his mouth. Although they were surprised, they thought it was normal. He was leading them out of this damn place, so it was only right for them to give him some benefits. For a moment, the people at the back of the team looked at the middle-aged man, as if waiting for him to make a decision. The middle-aged man looked at the red-robed young man who was sitting leisurely and didn't directly agree. Instead, he asked, "What would you like as a reward? Gold, silver, and jewels are out of the question. If there are any strange things or precious elixirs, I can accept them." She smiled and looked at the middle-aged man, watching him ponder. The people at the back of the team didn't say anything and just stared at Fengjiu, secretly sizing her up. The middle-aged man thought for a while, then took out some things from his space and placed them in front of her. "Take a look and see if there's anything you like." It was normal for a young man to want some strange things, but why would he also want precious elixirs? What would he use them for? Fengjiu looked at the things in front of her and saw that there were a few spiritual herbs, but none of them were rare or precious. She only took a glance at them and then turned her eyes away to look at those little things. Although she said they were small things, they weren't the small things that were placed in the streets. In her opinion, these things were more like small gifts that he wanted to bring back home. Just as she was thinking, she heard the middle-aged man's voice. "Some of these things were collected on the road, and some were bought by me. Actually, I'm going to bring them back as a gift." Chapter 27-29. "Have a seat. We'll leave when the sun rises," Fengjiu said as he played with the white jade gourd in his hand. He did not look at them again. When the middle-aged man heard him, he waved his hand and gestured for the people behind him to rest here. Then, another bonfire was lit. One of them even set up a defensive array around it. "My surname is He, and my name is Shan Shu. How should I address you?" The middle-aged man asked as he sat down beside the bonfire in front of the young man. "You can call me Ninth Young Lord," Fengjiu said without even looking up. He Shu nodded when he heard that. "Ninth Young Lord, you're here alone. Where are you going? Fengjiu looked up and glanced at him. A smile appeared on his face. He said half-truthfully, I'm bored and have some fun. Everyone from the He family was stunned. Have some fun and have some fun? Who would believe that? This was not a place to have fun. They could die here if they were not careful. However, when He Shu wanted to ask more questions, she saw the young man in front of her play with a white jade gourd and hanging on his waist. He leaned back against the tree and fell asleep. Looking at the tree again, it was obviously sharp, but it was shaved flat. The whole tree was wilted as if it had died. Seeing that He Shu had no intention of talking, he did not say anything else. He got up and walked back to the group. He sat down among them and said to everyone, let's take the time to rest. We still have a long way to go tomorrow. Surprisingly, nothing happened that night. Fengjiu opened his eyes in the middle of the night. He only saw a few spirits floating around, but they did not dare to go near. Well, these people's strength and aura were so strong. How could a few spirits dare to go near them? They had a good night's sleep until the next morning. The fire was extinguished. She used water to wash her face and rinse her mouth. She tidied her clothes and took out some fruits to eat. Then, she looked at the He family's team. Everyone quickly got up and formed the team in a few seconds. She raised her eyebrows. When she saw He Shu walking over, she said, let's go. She walked in front and led them forward. Everyone in the group looked at each other. Among them, a man walking at the back could not help but mutter, this ninth young master is so young, and he doesn't look very strong. Can he really walk out of this damned forest? Are you trying to trick us? The man next to him smiled and said in a clear voice, I don't think so. He dares to come here alone, so he is not an ordinary person. That's true. If an ordinary person were to come to this place, they would have died long ago. The man nodded in agreement. So, he stopped talking and quietly walked behind while paying attention to the surrounding movements. After walking for 2 hours, they saw that the red-clothed youth in front of them had been eating fruits in his hand. Hearing the crisp sound of chewing, the people behind him couldn't help but feel envious. Coming to this place was not as casual as coming back home. For things like fruits, they could only look for wild fruits in the forest. However, the wild fruits that they found were usually so sour that their teeth fell off. However, the ones that the young man in front of them was eating were sweet and juicy, causing them to salivate from time to time. Chapter 27:30. Because of this, when he suddenly stopped, they were all stunned. They asked in confusion, what's wrong? Why aren't we moving? Fengjiu, who was in front, turned around and looked at them calmly. He smiled and said, we're already out of the forest. Everyone, do as you please. As he spoke, he flicked his robes and leaped away like a gentle breeze, leaving behind the crowd with their eyes wide open in astonishment. They looked around and muttered in surprise, we're out. How do we get out? We've been walking for a few days, and we still haven't gotten out of that damn place. How do we get out this time? He Shu looked at the young man in red who had disappeared and muttered softly. Sure enough, those who enter this place are not ordinary people. No wonder the young man dared to enter this place alone. This person's cultivation level must be far above theirs. Otherwise, why would he be traveling alone? All right, let's continue on our way. He turned around and said. Then, he led the group forward. Fengjiu stepped on the breeze and headed into the forest. He was free and did not have to wait for anyone. His speed was much faster than before. He followed the directions on the map and did not take any detours. After a few days, he arrived at the center of the island where the ladder to immortality was. This is it, right? She muttered softly. Her red figure floated down and looked at her surroundings. She was surrounded by mountains on all sides. The mountains were so tall that they seemed to reach into the clouds. The place she was standing on was completely empty. Even large rocks were hard to find, let alone trees. However, in the middle of the island, there was a green lake. Above the lake, smoke rose in spirals. She could vaguely see lotus flowers blooming in the lake. She could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. She walked up to the side of the lake and looked at it. The lake water was green and the surface was clear. However, on the surface of the lake, there were golden lotus flowers blooming. The lotus flowers shone with a golden light and condensed spiritual power. When she counted them carefully, there were exactly 9 golden lotuses. 9 by 9? These golden lotuses are strange, she muttered softly. Her gaze swept across the lotuses and landed on the lotus heads. The lotus seeds looked very plump. This lake is strange. I wonder if it can be kept in space? What about becoming a scenery in her space? She made up her mind and stared at the green lake. Seeing that there was no one around, she walked around and looked around carefully. The water source of the lake was most likely the geocentric water of the Penglai Immortal Island. If that was the case, it would be difficult to move it into the space, and it would consume a lot of spiritual power. However, if he only plucked the golden lotus and didn't move the lake, he felt that it would be a waste. Thus, she thought for a moment and finally decided to move the lake into her space. In any case, her space was a world of its own. No matter how much water there was, it could accommodate it. She immediately took action. She used her spiritual energy as a guide, and with a thought, the surrounding aura instantly changed. The surface of the lake in particular trembled slightly and ripples spread out. Chapter 27:31. All the experts who were heading towards this place felt that the entire center of the island was shaking. They couldn't help but be shocked and ask what was going on. However, they were still very far from the center of the island. Even if they wanted to know, they couldn't do anything. They were shocked and felt that something must have happened in the center of the lake. But what else could have happened there? Could it be that the stairway of immortality had appeared in advance? Thinking of this, they sped up and headed towards that place. However, as they hurried, they found that the center of the island no longer shook. It was as if it had calmed down and returned to normal. Even so, they were only stunned for a moment before they hurried towards that place. In the center of the island, the lake in front of Fengjiu was only left with a deep hole. It was as if it had dried up and there wasn't a single drop of water left. Even Fengjiu, who had been standing at the side, had disappeared. At this time, Fengjiu was actually swept into the lake in the space. When she drew the water into the space, a huge white python appeared in the end. When the white python was drawn into the space along with the water, it curled its tail and pulled her in as well. In the space, she climbed out of the lake with a wet body. In her hand, she was still holding a dagger. The blood on the dagger had been washed clean by the lake water. It was as clean as before. Several contracted beasts were standing by the lake. When they saw her come out, they hurriedly pulled her and asked, "Master, how are you? Are you hurt?" "Ah, Master, look, the blood of the white python has disappeared." White exclaimed and pointed at the gradually disappearing blood in the lake. Fengjiu sat on the side and looked back. She saw that the blood of the white python that she had killed was disappearing little by little. The lake water was as green as before. If it weren't for the floating corpse of the white python, one wouldn't have been able to tell that it had been stained with blood just now. "Go and get the corpse out. Don't dirty the water." Fengjiu gestured. After putting away the dagger, she took out an elixir and swallowed it. She didn't expect that there would be such a white python here. At that time, after the white python dragged her in, it forced her into the water and opened its mouth to swallow her. Therefore, she killed it without thinking. She had used up too much of her spiritual power, and after the battle underwater, she was exhausted. Thus, after changing out of her wet clothes, she told the contract beasts, "Don't touch the golden lotus." Then, she fell into a deep sleep. When she fell asleep, her contract beasts were so scared that they stayed by her side and didn't dare to leave. Only after she had rested enough to recover her spiritual power did she wake up. When she woke up, she realized that she had slept for 3 days. However, she thought for a moment. 3 days inside was only 1 day outside. Thus, she was in no hurry to leave. Instead, she began to study the golden lotus. Could it be that Elder Tianji wanted me to come to the Immortal Ascension Stairs because of this? After all, she had the ancient green lotus in her body, and this golden lotus didn't look simple either. She frowned slightly and thought about Elder Tianji's half-spoken words. She couldn't help but cross her arms and stare at the golden lotus in deep thought. Finally, her eyes flashed, and she revealed a smile. Whether or not he came for this golden lotus, it's true that this golden lotus is a good thing. If it's used to refine elixirs, what kind of elixirs will it produce? She muttered softly and couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 27:32. She took a lotus seed and ate it. She felt the spirit energy in her mouth multiply. Her cultivation that had been stuck at the peak of the immortal emperor realm actually showed signs of a breakthrough. Her heart trembled. She couldn't help but put away the lotus seed. Then, she went to a place and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The spirit energy in her body surged like water flowing into the sea. It stirred up waves in her body. The surging spirit energy expanded her meridians. Her meridians expanded once again. Spirit energy poured into her dantian. Every pore on her body stretched and frantically absorbed the spirit energy in this space. Not only were the veins in her body expanding, but even the green lotus in her body was crazily absorbing spiritual energy. If it weren't for the green lotus, she would have exploded and died from the spiritual energy that was surging in her body. Her frantic absorption of spirit energy caused the several contract beasts in the space to be horrified. However, they remembered their master's orders. Thus, they only stood in the distance and watched. They didn't approach. In this world, the clouds and the sky churned. Spirit energy surged from below. Fengjiu, who was sitting cross-legged, a powerful aura and pressure spread out. The spirit energy that could be seen with the naked eye tightly wrapped around her. Gradually, the contract beasts in the distance couldn't see her figure. Kacha! Boom! Lightning flashed through the sky as if it wanted to strike down at Fengjiu. Immediately after that, a thunderclap struck down from the sky and descended onto Fengjiu, who was sitting cross-legged. A powerful airflow surged out from the thunderclap and whistled through the air blades that A miserable scream came from Fengjiu's mouth. Her red robe was scorched by the heavenly thunder and faintly emitted a charred smell. The powerful wind blades seemed to be dismembered. Her robe and skin were cut open. Streams of blood seeped out. It was a ghastly sight. The azure lotus in her body revolved and gradually grew bigger. Petals bloomed. A faint azure aura and pure spirit energy pervaded her body. However, it didn't heal her injuries. Kacha! Boom! Another bolt of lightning flashed by, and the heavenly thunder struck Fengjiu's body with a rumble. In an instant, another blood-curdling scream was heard. Fengjiu's sweat mixed with the blood on her body. This heavenly lightning was different from the previous ones. Every heavenly lightning caused her flesh, bones, and blood to suffer great pain. Her skin cracked open, and the sparks from the heavenly lightning burned her flesh. One could imagine the pain she was in. However, the most unbearable thing for her was that the tendons and veins in her body were being stretched inch by inch. It was as if someone was chopping at her tendons and bones with a sharp knife. The pain penetrated her bones and reached her heart. Crack! Boom! When the third bolt of heavenly lightning struck her, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. It was as if her divine sense had floated up and entered a faintly discernible place. When the people outside arrived at the center of the island, they saw that the surroundings were calm, as usual, as if nothing had happened. However, when their gazes landed on the dried-up lake, they could not help but cry out in surprise. Chapter 27:33. The cultivators who had rushed over all stared at the dried lake in front of them with wide eyes and mouths agape. They couldn't close their mouths, as if they were stuffed with duck eggs. That lake was formed from the water in the heart of the island. It had been formed for many years, and the lake was not shallow. Moreover, there was a white python at the level of a divine beast guarding the golden lotuses. Many experts who wanted to pluck the golden lotuses often lost their lives in the lake. But now, not only was the golden lotuses gone, even the water in the lake and the white python were gone. All that was left was a dried-up big hole. How could they not be dumbfounded? But besides them, there was no one else here. Moreover, they had just rushed over. Even if they hadn't just arrived, they didn't have the ability to dry up the lake. For a moment, all the cultivators stood there with their eyes wide open. They couldn't figure out what was going on. In the space, Fengjiu was still in the process of advancing. This time, the advancement had already lasted for several days. After 3 bolts of heavenly lightning fell, the clouds in the sky still hadn't dispersed. At this time, a thunderous voice was echoing in Fengjiu's mind. The Heavenly Tao's 3 questions. The first question, what is the Heavenly Tao? These words resounded in Fengjiu's mind. That voice went straight to the depths of her soul, shaking her ears until they hurt. The Heavenly Tao's 3 questions? The first question, what is the Heavenly Tao? She tried her best to calm down and ignored the sharp pain in her spine. Instead, she seriously pondered, what is the Heavenly Tao? The Tao of immortality, the Tao of longevity, is regarded as the Heavenly Tao. However, there is only one Tao of immortality. But every cultivator's path and circumstances are different. Different lives have different answers. What is the Heavenly Tao? There are thousands of answers, but only one belongs to me. Using the right heart to compete with the heavens. What is the Heavenly Tao? I am a Heavenly Tao. She heard her cold voice that contained a powerful pressure reverberate in the sky. Just as she finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound rang out in the sky. It was like the rumbling of thunder, and it also sounded like tens of thousands of beasts were galloping over. It was so aggressive that it shook people's hearts. The clouds rolled, and the thunder continued. The voice in the sky seemed to be silent for a moment. In the next moment, the clouds stopped, and the sound of thunder came again. The Heavenly Tao's 3 questions. The second question, why did you embark on the Tao of immortality? As soon as he finished speaking, Fengjiu immediately said, in order to become a supreme martial artist, to protect the people I want to protect. The moment she finished speaking, another thunderous rumble echoed out. Not long after, everything became quiet once more, and that person's voice rang out for the 3rd time. The Heavenly Tao's 3 questions of